p.m. on Tuesday, June 16th at 2026 at 6:01 p.m. on the third floor of the Richland County Courthouse. Roll call, please.
Harrow.
Here.
Miller. Here. Schoonover.
Present.
Kramer. Here. McKee.
Here.
Engel.
Here.
Meyer. Welty. Here. Thompson. Here. Nolan.
Here.
Perry.
Here.
Collins Johnsrud. Here. Turk.
Here.
Waldsmith Tagliapietra.
Here.
Frank.
Here.
Severson.
Present.
Williamson.
Here.
Cooey.
Here.
McGuire. We have 17 for forms.
Thank you. Move on to our next agenda item, and we have an invitation here from Park Street Christian Church. You all please stand. Oh,
Lord, we're grateful that we're allowed to be here this evening to go over the important matters of governance here in Richland County. We're thankful for all of those that choose the positions of leadership, for they have great tasks to conduct and follow your guidance, Lord. We just pray that they have wisdom, discernment, patience to deal with complex matters and come up with solutions that we can all agree and abide to. And Father, just protect us from all harm and be with us in our steps as we are under your guidance at all times. It's in your Son's precious name I pray. Amen.
you please stay standing. Sheriff Porter, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Ms. Haggy, was the verification of open meetings law, are we in compliance?
Meeting was properly noticed, sir.
Understood. Moving on to agenda item number 6 is approve the agenda. I would like to move agenda items number 17 and 18, which 17 is presentations by EMS providers, and 18 is resolution approving a provider to provide EMS services to a portion of Richland County. I would like to move that agenda item up in replace of agenda items number 9 and 10, and move 9 and 10 under that. Any objections on the floor for you for a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda.
Motion by Supervisor Kramer, seconded by Supervisor Perry. Any further discussion on the agenda amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 7, which is approval of our minutes from our May 19th, 2026 meeting. Any additions, corrections, objections? Hearing none, I'll declare that those be approved as submitted to our packets and to the community. Moving on to agenda item number 8 is public comment. Richland County does offer public comment. We do offer 3 minutes to allow to speak on germane subjects that we are currently talking about, and I'm going to go in order as that they have been received. So a reminder that there is 3 minutes, and I do have Ken Nelson from the City of Richland Center. He does specify the Richland Hospital and Clinics. So Mr. Nelson.
Hi, good evening. So I'm here on behalf of the Richland Hospital and Clinics this evening, and I just want to speak to the community. First to start that Richland Hospital and Clinic, we do not have an official position on who should provide EMS services for any area in the county. We've been here for this community. We'll continue to be here. We'll work with any EMS service. Have been working with all EMS services that come to us, and we'll continue to do that. The community expects that and deserves that, so we will continue to be here for that. From my perspective, I've been in nursing leadership for 27 years prior to coming here. And I've worked in 3 very large healthcare systems in the state of Wisconsin. And the 2 things I've learned from that are this, that the farther that the control is from the point of service, the more difficult it is to effectively set direction and hear the voice of those that are providing that care at the point of service. Likewise, it's more difficult for those that are holding that accountability, in this case, the townships, to be able to address any shortcomings or concerns. I also value, after 27 years of system-based healthcare, being now in an independent hospital, I do value the ability to quickly adjust to the changing needs of this community and that this provides. So the last thing I would leave with is that to be thoughtful about the decision for the long term, as a choice to secure an outside provider likely closes the door on never going back to locally provided services. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I have next, Ms. Cindy Hanold from Township of Richland.
Good evening. I'm a long-term member of the community. My husband and I have spent most of our lives here, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of EMS coverage. I also can appreciate what a very, very difficult decision this is for the board. I've had the opportunity in my role, previous role in nursing leadership, to work with both services. And I can tell you that the clinical care provided is really very good with either service. I would be happy to have them arrive should I or a family member need that care. But I do have some concerns as a resident of the community. One of them is a point that Ken just made about once a decision is made to let our local EMS go, it's very unlikely that we would ever go back. And I think as a community, we need to remember what has happened to some services that we have had in the past that were provided by corporate entities. And I'm speaking about the dialysis center that came and was a great thing for our community and then left. And the eye clinic that abruptly closed with just 3 weeks notice for the employees and the community as a whole. And that is my concern is, again, losing that control. And I understand there are contracts, but all contracts have a beginning and an end. And when that contract ends, now what? It creates a fair amount of vulnerability for the community. And so I just hope that we remember in the whole scheme of things that when you let that control go outside of the local area, that you lose control over some of the outcomes. I also have extended family members who reside in one of the outlying areas that provides mutual aid when Tri-State is unable to provide that in Vernon County. And there I have been told directly from members of that organization that they're feeling particularly stressed because of the amount of times they're a volunteer group and they're doing quite a bit of mutual aid when Tri-State isn't available to provide services in the Vernon County area. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hanold. Moving on next is to Mr. Doug Dewar, a resident of Rockledge Township. Mr. Dewar is a town supervisor for Richland Township.
I'd like to speak on behalf of the JAC, which is no longer in operation. We always hear about 23, 24, and 25, the ambulance was in the red. Previous to that, when the JAC was involved, which was the local townships, municipalities, we had a budget that was in the black. And it seemed like when the previous administration came on board, there was a loophole that was found that seemed to take care of the money that was in surplus. And we as a JAC board were eventually pushed out the door because we had no involvement in the ambulance association. Being a resident of Rockbridge, which is out in the sticks per se, we like the local service because they know the roads, they know where we are. And if you get an outside provider in here, what's to say they know GPS isn't always gonna lead you where you need to go. So I would like to say that see that the local EMS is kept on board, because if they are not, and the equipment and the employees are let go, we're tied to what's gonna take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dewar. Moving on next, on public comment, we do have a citizen from Richland Center, Ms. Sharon Smith.
Thank you. For the board members who voted yes to the tax levy to support EMS, why would you want those tax dollars to support a third-party EMS rather than support the local ambulance? Thank you for letting me speak. I want to believe you, our county board representatives, will choose our local EMS service. They have a performance record showing over the last few years, they have not missed any calls, and the average time out of the garage is 2 minutes. Before the JAC was disbanded, we drafted goals and priorities on December 28th, 24. Briefly, number 1, monitor efforts to recruit and retain EMS staff. 2, increase the number of authorized full-time casual call-in and paid-on-call employees. 3, evaluate the current municipality contribution formula to ensure it is fair and equitable. 4, discussion with the county board to determine the composition, duties, and possible status of the JAC beginning in 2026. 5, beginning the process to create specifications for and acquire an ambulance in 26 and 27. Anticipate the need to acquire expensive medical vehicle gear, supplies, and equipment. Setting aside funds for a non-lapsing account. Establish a schedule for replacement of high-cost assets which recognizes their useful life. Utilize long-term borrowing and lease-to-own financing arrangements. Establish a close relationship with the Richland Hospital by annually having a county representative attend at least one Richland County Hospital board. Annually have at least 2 joint training sessions between the Richland MS members and the hospital. Accept at least 75% of the eligible transfers offered. Strengthen the working relation with the Richland Center Fire Department. Both agencies discontinuing the practice of billing each other for services. Conducting joint training sessions regularly. Develop a plan with neighboring community ambulance service to strengthen EMS response in the region. Implement a flex operational plan as finance and staffing permit. A paramedic scope of practice. A long-term goal remains to upgrade to a paramedic service level. Perform feasibility assessment for a new station, which we've already achieved. And in my opinion, the above goals and priorities have not even been considered. The goal of the county administrator was to remove the county's involvement in EMS service of Richland County and to contract a third-party service. It is admirable to want to balance a budget, but in my opinion, not at the expense of human lives. Thank you, and may our local EMS service continue to serve our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmitz. I'm gonna move on to our next, public comment is Ms. Rachel Ward. Rachel?
My name's Rachel Ward. I'm an advanced EMT with Richland County Ambulance. And which one of the questions I had is during the last executive finance committee, when the question about response times was being brought up, what does that mean? Is that time of page to out the door, or is it time of page to on scene time? Because variables like that change in rural areas like Richland County. And if the parameters include the drive to the scene, that's unfair, and it's totally not something you should base a decision on, because rural responses take longer. Also worth mentioning is our numbers include calls where we had a second crew responding from home, which may further skew those numbers. A more relevant piece of data would be how many times have you had to call for mutual aid because you couldn't cover the call? That data for Richland County so far this year is one call that we couldn't cover. The numbers being presented to you tonight are not a clear picture of how long it'll take someone to get an ambulance if you call 911. What evidence you do have before you is our near zero mutual aid request, which I don't believe the other third-party service can say they have. There have been times when we've had all 3 trucks out on separate calls. How can 1.5 ambulances manage that if they're transporting patients directly to La Crosse? Richland County citizens will suffer if you choose to dissolve Richland County EMS tonight. By their own admittance, they've had patients wait an hour for an ambulance. Your people deserve better than that, and they want better than that. You've seen the yard signs, you've heard what they've had to say in support of keeping the service public. Ambulance service is not something you go bottom dollar for. People's lives are worth more than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Move on. We do have a distinguished guest in our midst tonight, other than our county board supervisors. We do have a elected state senator for District 14, Sarah Kieski. She would like to speak on our local EMS issue. So I welcome Senator Kieski to our county board meeting tonight. Thank you.
Well, thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm State Senator Sarah Kieski, and I cover District 14, which includes all of Richland County. And I'm really proud to really represent such a rural area. I love the county the district that I represent. Over the past few weeks, I've heard from folks on both sides of this difficult local EMS issue and debate. I'm not here to take sides, however, since I live in Lodi. I don't believe it's my place to really take a side, but as this decision is a local one, I think it's so important that you guys are engaged in this democratic process because it impacts your services, your property taxes, and the health of your community. I'm here instead to share a few broader thoughts. One of the most striking things I have learned over the past 18 months in my new job as a state senator is just how many services local municipalities, cities, the villages, the towns, and our county governments are mandated by the state of Wisconsin to provide and pay for. Local municipalities are mandated to provide things like utilities, fire protection, snow removal, sewer, and EMS services. Counties are mandated to provide mental health programs, aging services, highway repair, court systems, law enforcement, and jail services, and more. These social services that we all benefit from are necessary for the safety and health of our communities, but they're very expensive. And I will be the first to admit that our state is not providing enough financial support to help our counties or municipalities meet these obligations. As our nation's inflation increases, the cost of all items and services keep rising. Asphalt for road repair, insurance for service vehicles, salaries for personnel, food for Meals on Wheels, electricity to heat buildings, infrastructure pipes for sewage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As these costs keep going up and state funding remains insufficient, we have created a financial crisis for our local governments. This is not an issue unique to Richland County. This is a systemic issue that touches every part of Wisconsin. Honestly, both options before the county board tonight are less than ideal. Whether they vote to contract EMS ambulance services out to a private entity or maintain local EMS services through the county, each option has very real downsides, meaning no option is really a true win. Consequences like potential local job loss, emergency response times potentially increasing,
And also significant property tax hikes and differing levels of care available and more. All must be considered and weighed out by your board. That being said, here's the most important point. There is not actually anyone in this room that is at fault. No one here. This is a systemic problem. This is a state problem, particularly egregious in our more rural areas. And this has been building for years. All around the state, local elected board members and county employees like here are trying to be good stewards of your tax dollars and to adequately provide services for your needs. This is a nearly impossible task right now. We must provide more funding for our local communities and counties so they do not have to continually face limiting programs, privatizing services, or raising taxes. While I may not have created this longstanding issue, only been there 18 months, I do commit to working toward a better funding solution in our next legislative session. So tonight, I validate the frustration, the anxieties about this issue, and I'd like to ask that this community does not turn their frustration against one another. Turn that frustration toward costs, inflation, tariffs, and systemic funding problems, and not one another. As neighbors, friends, and community members, you all have a shared goal to make this county a great place to live. No matter what the vote is tonight, remember you all care about Richland County, otherwise you wouldn't be here fighting for it. And as always, you can reach out anytime to my office because I do care what happens here and I want to be able to help when I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kieski, for those comments, and I do concur with your sentiments, statements about statutes not reflecting to current today's needs. Some of our state statutes, no, well, some of our state statutes allow us to have security for dance halls. So I don't know how many dance halls we have in Richland County at this point in time, but no, I'll bet. So I see no further written public comment. I will take off the floor right now for a small portion of time. If anybody's got any verbal comments to make, you're still under the restriction of 3 minutes. Is there any public comment off the floor at this point? Hearing none, I'm going to extend the same offer to online. Is there anyone online that wishes to speak and comment for 3 minutes? All right, hearing none, then we're going to move on to our agenda. We did do an amended agenda to move agenda items number 17 and 18 up to agenda items number 9 and 10. So agenda item number 9 would be presentations by EMS providers. I'm going with how they are listed in our packet at this time that you have been presented, supervisors. And it looks like 17A is a proposal from Amplify Health. So Amplify, if you would like to come up and sit at those 2 chairs that are over there.
Can I stand in the middle?
You can, if you feel comfortable, if you want to, yes.
Be great.
It's okay. Just let me know who you have with you tonight also.
So just a few team members, pull up our presentation.
That would be whatever.
Maybe 17.
Yeah, he's got it up.
All right, so my name is Chris Everline. I'm an emergency medicine physician at Frank Anderson. I've been in La Crosse for 22 years, and I've been doing medical direction for ambulances for 18 of that. I sit on the state EMS board, appointed by the governor, and I am the chair of the data committee there. So I am in charge of overseeing, excuse me, the clinical quality of EMS. That includes response times. We have, and I'll get into how many agencies we work through next. So you could make that slide whole. Kind of go over a little bit about what we do. I'm not going to get into any of the finances. You have all seen that. There were some questions last time. I listened to the online part last time. I wasn't available. But the bottom line is we have a lot of economies of scale with our system, including in-house biomed, in-house, mechanics, all of this stuff makes an enormous difference. So if you could scroll down a little bit. So this is kind of our scale. So we cover about 200,000 residents via 911. When I started, we only had about 20 EMS agencies. It has been my philosophy and goal that no matter where you are in our country, when you call 911, you should get the same service as you do in a metropolitan area. There are enormous difficulties with doing that, and I'm going to go into a few of those as we go on here. We have about 30 plus fire partners. We do 7 plus counties plus 1 Fort McCoy EMD. I'll get into the importance of that. We are CAS accredited. 2 of 4 agencies that have national accreditation. They come in and make sure that you are performing at the highest level in the country. And we serve about 20 plus hospitals via interfacility transfer. Scroll down, please. So we are a nonprofit. We currently have been doing interfacility transfers for Richland Hospital for a while. You know, there are a lot of misconceptions out there about response times. You know, we did cover fully Richland County 911 for 5 days last year. They had 0 coverage. So we actually came in and covered them in July of last year fully because they had no coverage. And as the senator mentioned, these issues are systemic and they are not alone. So as I mentioned, you know, we actually have 2 companies. One is we call it regional, and then the one is based out of La Crosse. The La Crosse company is the one that serves Viroqua. And we'll get into that a little bit about why looking at response times in Viroqua, even though we call for mutual aid 3% of the time, 3%. And I'll tell you why that's not, I mean, yes, it's unfortunate we call for mutual aid, but when you look at the calls, it's not as bad as it sounds, even 3%. So scroll on down, please. So here's kind of the stuff you already heard. So 5 years is the contract, not my ball of wax, I guess you say. We do provide paramedic level ALS, and I'll get into the difference, because that's one thing I noticed that has never been talked about is the clinical care and what is the difference between BLS, AEMT, and ALS. As you mentioned, you know, we currently would be staffing, everyone knows we'd have a full-time dedicated truck to 911, backup of at least probably a 12-hour peak hour is usually how we run it. When looking at the data, it looks like you needed more than 1 truck simultaneously 9 times in a year. Not a large number. You could theoretically, like all this stuff can be fixed by money. You can have, I mean honestly, right? It's how much money you want to put into resources. Our station would be based in Richland County. They are not coming from La Crosse. There's a base here. We would be stationed where we have the best response times for the county. EMD is included at no cost. I'll get into the importance of that. Medical direction is included at no cost, including QA and quality assurance of every single EMS call. We review every single EMS call, get feedback to the paramedics and the staff, what they did right, what they did wrong. And our education is driven off of that. You don't need to educate on what you do well, you educate on your mistakes. So very, very important. Richland Hospital, a good partner. They would benefit from having a dedicated paramedic level service. And this is the real thing that gets these rural communities. They need paramedics in the rural areas, but that's where we don't have them. I don't need a paramedic as much in downtown La Crosse when there's a 2-minute transfer. I need a paramedic when it's 30 minutes to the hospital that can give some of the life-surviving care that you cannot get with other levels, especially when the helicopter doesn't fly, which is only about 30% in our state. And then mutual aid, and this is another, for all you other surrounding rural areas that are basic, you now have the opportunity, to call for an intercept and get the paramedic level intercept service, not a basic, not an EMT. And I kind of grouped AMT and basic into the same pile because there's not a lot of difference. If you could scroll down, please. So we talked about this already. Dedicated ALS ambulance in Richland Center. And the real thing that people aren't mentioning so much is the ALS paramedic local service. Scroll down a little bit more. EMD, emergency medical dispatch, is crucial this day and age for EMS agencies. There are not enough resources in EMS, and this is where we get into trouble, is because you don't have enough resources to send the cavalry to every single call. And if you don't triage these calls and figure out, because does anyone here know how many non-responses that an EMS agency gets nationally? Percent that they call 911, paramedics get there, EMTs get there, and they say, we just need help off the floor. We have no injury. You have any guess? 5%, 10%,
15.
25. Close. 1 out of every 4 to 5 calls doesn't even need a transfer. Almost half of all EMS calls could have been dealt with either treatment on scene or telemedicine. This is where EMS has to go. There are not enough resources to not go there. Next slide, please, or scroll down. So I'm going to go over a little bit about paramedic versus EMT. And like I said, in La Crosse, I've got lots of paramedics in La Crosse. We've got fire department paramedics, we've got ours. We have lots of paramedics. When you get out in these rural areas where they really struggle, is that they can't provide some of these services that you can for paramedic service. So, greatly expanded medication formula. Multiple times of the education, advanced training. They can do ventilators. We have a ventilator in each of our ambulances. We have a ventilator. Advanced cardiac monitoring. The cardiac monitors that we have in each ambulance are $70,000 a piece. We have 30 ambulances. Advanced life-saving procedures started in the field, and then we have also supported our local hospitals when they have a surge. Walt is out in the region a lot. Just about every one of our critical access hospitals at one time or another has had a disaster in their ER, and they've called our service, and we have come there with paramedics to help save lives and run the ventilator. We have, like I mentioned, quality training. We offer community paramedicine. I do the medical direction for community paramedics. We have instituted telehealth in each of our ambulances. During COVID, like pre-COVID, about 2019, we actually put in the equipment, and our paramedics could call into a physician on scene and actually get medications ordered and actually do treatment in place. Now, the federal government pulled back the funding on that. So, Senator, any help there would be great. But this is where the rural areas could really benefit. We have a dedicated doctor in our emergency department that does this. This is something we're looking at kicking back in the next year back into all of our services again, because I would love to see this take off again. And then currently we just started, we got approval for, and we'll be starting a paramedic training program to start fixing the shortage that we have throughout the country in paramedics. Hope to have about 16 people go through that program a year. All right, next slide, please. So as mentioned, we're committed to learning. We have a dedicated team to QA and do education. We focus on the process of education, review the calls, identify gaps, and we measure results. We are at one point in the time in 2018, I think it was, we have always been at the in the city of La Crosse, not Alaska. If we had a couple of years where if you died in public, had a cardiac arrest, 100% of them went home. We're the only system in the entire country that it is incredibly rare. Most people do not survive a cardiac arrest. That takes a lot of effort. It means you have EMD, you're giving CPR instructions, you have things like pulse point available where bystanders can find an AED and get that first shock. You have well-trained paramedics and a very highly functioning emergency department. Every single year, we are in the top quartile of cardiac arrest survival rates. Next slide, please. So this is what it takes. Like I said, I'm not gonna get in the money part, it's not my deal. But ambulances are really, really, really expensive. You know, they went from, you know, just the base ambulance now is like 350 grand. But then you're talking about all the contents, the ventilators. We have power lifts in every one of our ambulances because patients are, it's hard to lift someone into the back of an ambulance. The power lift alone is 70 grand. Cardiac monitors, we're looking at getting new ones for our entire system, 50 grand each. Next slide. So as mentioned, this is the all-inclusive price that Tom has quoted in the system, and it includes everything. There are no add-ons. Next slide. This is some of the innovation that we have done as a service. So as I mentioned, we have telehealth available, and we're looking at spreading that. We do community paramedics out of our system, looking at doing that. That is an actual follow-up for the hospital. Someone needs help that doesn't need an ambulance, you can send them. We're looking at adding blood products. This is another thing at a paramedic level that is crucial. When you're bleeding out, you don't need saline, you need blood. To institute a blood product given by paramedics on the scene is a life-saving intervention. We're looking at, currently our helicopter is looking at doing whole blood. As soon as they roll it out, we're looking at doing this within the next year. We're the first in the country to have a bike team for special events. Oktoberfest, any local events, we have a big local event, we bring our bike team, they can zip through the crowd, and we've had multiple cardiac arrest saves from our bike teams. Pulse point, as I mentioned and Tom mentioned before, we work with our dispatch center. We have a log of all the AEDs in the entire county. If someone nearby has a cardiac arrest and there's an AED there, you call 911. If they're subscribed to this app, it will actually trigger the local person to go respond, tells them where the AED is, they can bring it to them. These things save lives. First in the state, I developed a Narcan leave behind program for patients that we noticed early on in the opioid epidemic that patients would get revived on scene and refuse transport. It's a huge miss because for a while they would come to the ER and you'd see them and you convince them to get help. Well, pretty soon they were getting revived and not coming in. So we developed a Narcan leave behind program where we leave Narcan behind with resources, and we're actually the first in the state to do this. We do release follow-ups. So for those of you in healthcare or everyone, everyone lies to their doctor. So oftentimes you see them, you say, oh, did you fall lately? No. But when you look at the medical record, if you looked at their EMS record, maybe they had been seen 3 times by your ambulance service. There is no link. And so these patients end up falling again. They don't get that help. So we developed a release follow-up program where our paramedics would see the patient. If it was Steve that fell down, we'd see them, we'd have them sign a release, and we'd say, we're going to contact your doctor and let you know you fell. And so that was closing the loop and getting these patients help. We have mental health support for our providers, paramedic trainee, and a paramedic partnership with them. All right, we'll go down there. So this is EMD, and this is the part that I really want to get into a little bit. So there are various call levels with EMD. You want to triage you. So the omega, which is down at the bottom, those are the hit the wrong button, don't need an ambulance, very few support needed. The alphas are very low acuity calls. These are your urgent care or express care calls. They don't need an ambulance there in 5 minutes. What they need oftentimes is telehealth or an alternative destination. So when you have a community, why would you send everyone to that when some of these other calls may be coming? So when you look at response times, a healthy system triages their calls. They make sure they get the right resources to the right patient, and there's no delays in those that need it. But if the patient stubbed their toe, or we had one where they would get their wheelchair stuck under their counter and call 911, because that's the only option they had. Do you need a 5-minute response time for someone whose chair is under the counter? No. Your current system doesn't differentiate this. You get the Calvary every time. That's a very inefficient way to promote EMS. Next slide, please. So we got these times directly out of your dispatch center. So this is different than the ones that your local service provided in the packet. Staying on the data committee, I have my own idea why. Ward's data is, unless it's actually brought in by the CAD system, is classically inaccurate because it's manually entered. They have to pick the right drop down, they put in the number, and if the numbers are all very even, like 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, you know they're just not correct. Accurate data is actually pushed from your CAD or directly from dispatch. Next slide. So we've done these 3-year comparisons. You will not get longer wait times for an ambulance with our system. We've proven this. We have a system that's very similar to Richland, Prairie du Chien, is very much close to the population, close to the distribution of patients. It's the closest we have, and these are our times for when we're sitting in Prairie du Chien. We've been there once. Next slide. This is the stuff, this is where it really, really matters. This is your scope of practice for an AEMT. They can do a vague valve mask or a non-visualized airway. They can intubate, the tube down the throat. So if you are dying and need that, they cannot do that. They cannot do a cricothyrotomy, meaning that no one can ventilate you the cut on the neck and put in the tube in. They can't do that.
What is a laryngeal mask airway?
That is it's a non-visualized airway. It's basically we call ours is the iGel. It's one you can blindly enter, and then you can ventilate to it.
Is that similar to a tube going down somebody's
No,
throat?
it just sits in the back of the throat. Does nothing for aspiration. It is not the gold standard.
But a bag valve mask would go on top of there, and they would be able to breathe for the lungs. And so
the big valve mask would connect to the
laryngeal mask
laryngeal
airway,
mask.
or an
Yep.
iGel,
Or
or
an
a combi
iGel.
tube.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
Same as your advanced airway, your ET tube,
No,
endotracheal tube.
no. Very different things.
Well, they're non-visualized airways. versus
Non-visualized, and it doesn't enter
Correct.
the trachea.
But it's still a tube going down somebody's throat.
No, it doesn't
to
go down
provide
the throat.
air.
It sits in the back of the mouth. AMT cannot do high flow oxygen. This was needed during COVID. Multiple agencies had to transfer patients to this, and they cannot do a ventilator. In addition to the ventilator, all of our ventilators do CPAP and BiPAP. So you're actually able to match the hospital settings rather than just do a high flow oxygen sort of ventilator. AED is basically your AED that you see out in the hall. Manual defibrillation is when the paramedic can actually read the rhythm and deliver the right shock, and or cardiovert the patient that's unstable for atrial fibrillation, which is very common. Can pace someone, so if your heart is extremely slow, we can actually treat that, so we can see the rhythm and treat it. We can interpret 12 leads, which is important in rural areas, because if you don't have the ability to get a cell signal and transfer an EKG, you can't read it and know how to treat it. They can do that. Next slide. Medications. So AEMTs can give non-medicated fluids like saline. They can give Tylenol, albuterol, aspirin, sugar, ibuprofen, and a nitro tablet. Some of them can do Zofran. At the paramedic level, You can give antiarrhythmics, meaning if your heart is out of rhythm, it can be treated. Calcium and magnesium, crucial in a patient in cardiac arrest. Epinephrine, crucial in a patient, IV, crucial in a patient in cardiac arrest. If you break your femur in a bad car accident out in rural Richland County, you cannot currently get pain medication other than Tylenol or Motrin. Paramedics can give opioids. If you're having a seizure in rural Richland County and dying from it, you cannot be treated correctly by someone at that without a paramedic. They can't give anti-seizure medication. They can't secure your airway. Intubation, like I mentioned, antihistamines for anaphylaxis. Heparin, Plavix, Brilinta. If you're having a heart attack, these are gold standard medications that should be given if someone is having a heart attack. You have to be a paramedic to give them. And the sooner you get these medications on board, the higher likelihood of survival. Steroids, and things like very combative patients or law enforcement that is dealing with someone that's incredibly combative due to a psychological illness or medical behavior emergency. Just restraining someone can kill them. You need to give them sedation. You have to be a paramedic level to do that. Blood products and antibiotics are another thing that are given at the paramedic level that you cannot give. So, and this gets back to the biggest part of the problem in EMS. All of our major resources and paramedics and their skills are concentrated in our major cities. This is why rural EMS has so much trouble, because their call volume is low and you don't have that level that you can support. Next slide, please. This is our full level. This is what we carry on every ambulance. It's about 45 patients, including TXA, which is another trauma medicine. So if you're bleeding out and dying from blood loss, that's a medication you should be given. Next slide. So as I mentioned, this is, and the senator mentioned, this is not a people issue. EMS in rural America is broken. And we need to look at ways together that we can improve coverage, and that's leveraging technology, upgrading to paramedic levels when we can, measuring quality, and making sure it's integrated. Because if you don't have the whole picture together, you're not going to succeed in EMS. It has gotten so complicated in the last 15 to 20 years. That is why you're seeing all these rural agencies struggle. This is not a simple problem. Next slide. And that's the end slide. Any questions? Yes.
Who makes the decision on what level of care you need?
That's to like call 911? Yeah. That is done through Emergency Medical Dispatch Center. So all of our dispatchers are trained, and like you call in them, they start asking you questions. First thing they'll ask you is this medical, police, or fire? If it's medical, they transfer you to what's called secondary PSAP, primary service answering point. That is a trained dispatcher, gone to school. This is what they do. They they page out the team, but they start asking you those questions. And if it sounds like, if you're like, yeah, they're not breathing, there's no pulse, that elevates it. If they're like, well, I hurt my finger, I don't have a ride, they downgrade. So you're always adjusting.
So somebody at the corporation makes that decision.
Well, I mean, it's an employee of dispatch, an employee of everywhere else.
In other words,
The EMDs are that questioning is done on a national standard. Actually, we have an expert here. Dave, you want to, where does the questions come from?
So the EMD portion is a certification in and of itself, just like paramedics or EMTs. All of our call takers are certified emergency medical dispatchers by an agency called the International Association of Emergency Dispatchers. They take I don't know how many hours it is, but they spend about a week in a classroom. Usually it's a virtual classroom where they learn how to use that set of protocols and ask questions based on what they're getting from the caller. Every question starts with, tell me exactly what happened. And they choose a guideline or a protocol from there that walks them through the process, whether it be bleeding control, whether it be delivering a baby, whether it be providing CPR instructions.
If I may, a 911 call in Richland County
Yes,
is gonna go to the Richland County PSAT.
correct,
So that call will still come to the sheriff's department, to the PSAT.
correct.
They are EMD certified currently, which is good,
Thank you, Mr. Fang, for making
But-
that known.
but they can then transfer that call and stay on the line with the person while they're talking to.
That's how most counties do that,
Correct.
because they are not doing the full gamut of EMD that we are.
Correct.
And so correct.
The triage would happen here in the county, the contact happens here in the
And
county.
then they transfer.
And then they transfer
Correct.
as needed.
And they
to-
can stay on if they need to or not.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right,
And
so all that decision-making stays here until
Correct.
that dispatcher here says, we
Right.
move it, we
And
get
they-
that.
And they hand it off, and of those counties that we work with and do this, they're very thankful, because then they can hand off and they can deal with the other stuff while the call continues. You're 100% right. Other questions? Yes, sir.
As you know, folks are nervous about the change, always worried about response times and those kind of things. In order to maybe address, relay those, if we were to sit down and work out a contract, would vendors be open to some kind of a performance metric that would then impact the annual fee? So there's,
That's not on my question. I think it would be, for sure, it's a reason, like, metrics should be tied to this. There should be, as, we present to the county commission in La Crosse, how are we doing, what's going on, how are we performing? We meet with each of our, critical access hospitals, same thing. I don't have the answer whether or not that's ever been done. I have not heard of that. Usually there are, usually it's in the contract kind of thing. There are national standards in this. The one thing that makes it tricky is which one do you pick? Because every county is a little different. And like I said, we could all have 2-second response times if we had paid for a paramedic at the corner. That's the problem that we have in this country.
the metrics have to be mutually agreed
Yeah.
and reasonable.
Yeah, sure. Other questions?
You have a reporting system that you currently do in Prairie du Chien. I know you service that area. Who do you report to, or who's that contract with? Is that the city or the county?
Walt, do you know who that city?
Is with just with the city. And you do report to the city then quarterly, monthly, whatever stats or numbers, or is there anything that goes on in that process?
Nothing officially, but we have a pretty close relationship with the city. When we first started, we did, but as time went on, they didn't ask for it anymore. Okay. Yes, sir.
How many years have you been purchasing?
12, 13?
And you handle all of their EMD. Their 911 center is not EMD certified.
Correct.
You guys handle all the
They
transfer
handle all.
calls
Yes.
for them. Everything is transferred.
Correct. Yep. And with our EMD, getting back to, economies of scale, we don't need to add a bunch of people to do this. Your call volume isn't that high, and that's why you're here today, is because your call volume isn't to the level where you can bill high enough to support the service without subsidy.
How is Fayette County in Iowa?
Fayette County in Iowa, which part?
All of it.
All of it?
Wouldn't you service Fayette County
We
in
do
Iowa?
service Fayette County.
So if you were what you just said.
Yep.
Now that our call volume doesn't support that.
Yep.
Why are you leaving there?
Because they have no subsidies at all.
Subsidies.
At all.
So we need to support.
No.
So you needed to have a subsidy from a government entity to make
So
you
here's
solve
what
it.
happened in West Union. We went down.
Not West Union, I'm talking Fayette County.
Yeah, same thing. West Union is the city hub. I work there all the time, actually. So West Union, Iowa is a small, very rural community who does not allow, tax support of EMS. They actually have to go through a bigger county referendum than you did to make it an essential service, which they're working on doing this fall. For the last 10 years, we have operated in West Union at a loss of about $500,000. The system itself right now is in contact with West Union and the county to figure out how we can stay there without these losses.
And if we didn't, we could have a resolution to rescind us, asking our tax levy, our taxpayers not to levy a tax for EMS. Would you still be able to provide service here without that subsidy?
Without the subsidy, no.
You wouldn't be able to.
Nope. No one, I mean, that you'd be at the same thing. You'd be at such a loss that you couldn't do it. That's bottom line. Yep. Yeah.
We couldn't do our own, either.
Right. Yeah, that's why we're here.
Talking about blood products, are they like fresh frozen plasma?
So we're looking at whole blood. Whole blood is the gold standard, but trying to figure out the logistics of whole blood is very difficult because it has a shorter shelf life. How do you figure out the logistics of placing it on a truck to predict where the next call is going to be? Ideally, helicopter is first. We actually met with a drone company not that long ago. Very intriguing, actually. You can put on a drone and send it to where it needs to be. Right now, they're asking $8,000 a month per drone with a very small coverage area, so it's not quite there. But that would be actually the fix for a lot of our issues with some of these rural areas to be able to get coverage for something like blood. I would love to.
Can you just give blood to anybody?
Can you give blood to everybody?
Yeah, to anybody. Can you just open, like, if my patient comes in, difficulty breathing, I'm gonna give them a pint of blood.
Under protocol. You gotta have.
How do you know when somebody's got a loss of blood? What is their hemoglobin?
Well, you can
to give that blood. Like, how would you know that that person needs to have that blood? Because you just talked about it.
You go off a shock index. If you're in a trauma and you're tachycardic and hypotensive.
So a negative?
Okay.
Or negative?
Yes.
So you can't give A positive or
No,
B negative to somebody. It's always got to
sure. It's always going to be O negative, which is where the rarity and expense comes in. Correct. So give blood, it helps the whole system. Especially if you're O negative, you could use more blood.
Supervisor Welty's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned about how important paramedics are in the quality of care that could be provided, and that at this point, I believe it's true that we have few located here in Richland County. What is the process for recruiting and training, and how would you bring the number of paramedics here to Richland County that's required?
Recruitment and retention are always an issue. Oddly enough, we don't have, well, Walt does a bunch of recruiting. A lot of it is word of, obviously we advertise, we're developing a paramedic program. You got to match wages. You got to be a employee that people want to come to. I mean, it's the whole package. You got to have your benefits there. You got to be competitive in the market to get employees that want to come.
So in a short window of time, does that happen? If we were to have
we did it in Sparta. You'd be surprised how many paramedics, if you recruit right, you can get to come to a rural area, because there are paramedics down in like the Madison area and stuff right now that, quite frankly, would come up for a shift up here if you had the right skills. It's all about incentives and marketing and all that, just like finding any employee.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
If I may, sorry.
Supervisor Tagle Petrie.
Thank you. You're talking about a lot to do around the Gunderson Lutheran system. A lot of our residents in this area either support the local hospital, or they go to the UW.
Correct.
Just curious how that might look, especially with a Medicare or Medicaid patient, somebody who might not have, we have an aging population here. We also have a very, low SES sort of population here. That their insurance coverage isn't that great. So in the field, I understand that life-saving measures are given, but then after the person's safe, what makes it possible that you just don't take them to Richland because their insurance is not that great?
Well, one, the paramedics are blinded to insurance. They don't have any idea what their insurance is.
Right.
We go off of the only time that we bypass a local hospital is in the scenarios that either it's a severe trauma and that hospital we have an agreement with them that they don't, we either meet them at a help site for a helicopter. There are certain other categories like a heart attack, some heart attacks.
Right.
You're better off served by going directly to a cath lab. Richland is kind of far enough away that it would be hard to, I'd have to look at the exact mileage because typically if you're over 60 minutes of travel, you should really think about bypassing for that heart attack to get them to the cath lab. Trauma wise, are they better off being transferred to the local hospital or directly to a trauma center? Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts there. Does that hospital have blood available? Do they want that patient? A lot of the correct access hospitals don't want the traumas coming there. They want them bypassed. Do they have a helicopter available? So you work at the protocols, you work at the local hospital, but you don't bypass a hospital unless it's under those clinical scenarios.
And the current service that you have, let's say somebody in, OS needed to go somewhere and all of their medical care is done in Madison.
Mhm.
Is that where you take them or you just take them to here or do you take them up to La Crosse where there's none
No,
of records?
the first thing you do is the clinical necessity.
Yep.
So if they're best served at local hospital, you go there.
Okay.
Second choice is up to the patient. So all other things being equal, if they say, I'm a whatever patient. However, I don't believe that we should take patients they should go to the nearest appropriate hospital. So if you are just telling me you want to ride to Madison,
Right.
you should go be seen in your local ER first.
Correct.
Let's make sure we have the diagnosis correct, that you don't actually need a higher level of care and be flown to Madison. But yeah, we're not taking someone from outside of Richland. We're not going to drive them across. We want to steal the patients.
No, that's
No.
not what I'm asking. I'm asking how choice works with people.
That's all true. That's all it works. Yeah. Yep. Primarily your local hospital, unless there's a clinical need to transfer you to a higher level of care immediately. Otherwise, you're going there, you're getting stabilized. They can go through the process of finding an appropriate hospital with an appropriate bed and transfer you after that. Yeah. And that's how all systems should work.
Mr. Chair, I recommend 2 to 3 minutes summation. So we can move on.
Closing remarks will be good.
That's it.
Okay.
There's other questions.
Thank you. Representative from Lifestar.
I'm gonna take the middle. I'm a paper guy, so I'm gonna hand out some paper. It's got a little synopsis of who Lifestar is. It's got some response time data, although I do agree with Richland Ambulance and Gunderson that you would not have the response time stuff. That's page 2. That response times could easily be skewed depending on how you track them. We have some places we serve that measure them vastly different from other places. And so the other thing too is I need to make sure the supervisors will have them first. There's the quickest one because they drive recklessly. It's not necessarily the wisest choice to provide EMS. So in the packet, there's the little synopsis of who Lifestar is. And then after that is our response times and then a copy of the RFP. So my wife and I own Lifestar. We started in 1995. We're not a huge company, but we're not a tiny company either. And I think that is one of the benefits of our company in that,
you know, we control stuff, we're based in West Bend, we make some decisions there, but we also do local decisions in each of our operations. We cover 49 cities, villages, and townships, Adams County, we do Winnebago County through, what they decided to be a Southern Winnebago EMS. We have stuff in and around Waupun. We have, some Dane County stuff, Columbia County, Washington County stuff. Some of those decisions are made locally, some of those are made over in West Bend. But we can turn most of the time on a dime. And so if you have a question about something, why did this happen on a call? Like, that's easy to answer for us pretty much at any time. Being a little bigger company is helpful, just like with Gunderson. You know, we have some economies to scale. Our supplier of ambulances, we're not buying an ambulance every 10 years. We're buying, you know, like 5 ambulances every year. And so that we get some discounts there. And when we buy the power cuts and the cardiac monitors, they're not nearly as expensive. You buy a one-off. And we get some discounts with medical supplies too. The places that we serve are very much like Richland County. They're rural areas, farming communities. They're places where people come to do recreation. They're places where people like all of you live year-round, full-time. There's vacation homes and all kinds of different businesses, and we serve those. Population's very much like the 60% of Richland County that is included in that RFP. We serve places as small as 5,000 population for an area, and as high as 22,000. But we have some other ones right around the same population. If you looked at how Barb service is run, how Gunderson is run, many things are not going to be different between all of our ambulances. We all have 6 tires, we all have lights and sirens, we have people that are dedicated and concerned about the job. But there are going to be little nuances with that. And I think the fact that we're sort of small but sort of big, you know, like is really a benefit there, that we serve those same markets. We focus heavily on training with our people, and that's important for us to do. And we work hard for the communities that we serve. Although we're not the lowest bid on that proposal, we are very, you know, fiscally responsible and very conservative fiscally. I can't promise you everything that Gunderson did. They've got some great stuff, but you know, blood stuff probably isn't going to happen for a bit. Telehealth, you know, maybe that would happen someday, but we would have to work with Richland Hospital because every patient that we don't bring them is something off of their bottom line too. And so that's a concern. And working in a partnership, something that benefits the community and the patients, but also makes sure that we work with a strong partner such as Richland Hospital to make it work with them. We work with EMR groups, we work with mutual aid partners, with ambulance, fire departments, law enforcement, doing training, and all those are part of that whole package that goes into who we are. It got mentioned earlier in the meeting about local control. Like, you hire us, you set the standards. If you want certain response times, you had asked about response times. In our Columbus area, when we first started there in 2010, we had response time guidance that also had financial penalties. We always met those response times things. The financial penalty stuff was actually just taken out this year because in those 15 prior years, there was never any period of time where we were outside those parameters. If you want that ambulance orange and black, you should probably do that. If you want a different name than Lifestar on the side, you know, like that's not a problem either. And so, you know, whatever it is, you know, we work with that group. You tell us what you want us to be. I mean, we're not there with you doing little determining what brand of nasal cannula or what brand of IV catheter we're going to buy. But like the big things that really affect your residents, you know, you get to tell us how you want that and we report back. In the areas we serve, we're controlled by an ambulance board. The SWEMS board, the Columbus Area EMS group, the Adams Ambulance Committee, all those are the groups of cities, villages, and towns that work together. We meet sometimes on a monthly basis, quarterly. Some of them, you know, just we met just to meet, and so we do it every 6 months in some areas. But if you want to meet monthly, especially initially, so you get some comfort level, we can do that. So, I'm confident that we can deliver you great service. Richland Ambulance can give you good service. Gunderson give you good service. You're gonna have to pick out those little nuances on what you think is best for your community, your residents, your businesses. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
If you were to come here, would have to bring employees from West Bend?
No.
Where would you get your staff to staff this area?
Same as Gunderson, we recruit. I do think, like it was thrown out that the people from Richland Ambulance would be without a job, and I don't think that would be, the case in most cases. I know that not everybody that works for Richland Ambulance probably fits our culture, and we're probably not the right fit for all of their staff members. But we would look to recruit.
You would
actually hire.
recruit from this area.
Correct. I mean, we need paramedics, and so like some of those people are going to need to come from outside the area until we can, put that up. But, just like the doctor said, like, I know it's not always local people, but there's not enough paramedics here right now. In all likelihood, that you can staff a paramedic level ambulance starting on January 1, 2027. Without going at least a little bit outside of the area. And I do think that, a service like this with a call volume that's, busy but not crazy out, like when you're getting run, like 10 calls a day in some systems, it's nice to come here and do 911 calls and limited transfers and, provide service in a rural setting instead of just getting pounded in a big city or in a bigger area than this. So some would be from outside of it. West Bend's too far to go. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes. I drive that far, but that doesn't mean our employees do. When you look at the places that we serve, people live within those service areas and some people live without them or live outside of those. And it works to provide that staffing and that coverage.
I just want to verify, you said you served 49 counties?
49 cities, villages, and towns. And they're actually all listed in the RFP if you want to.
And then can I just ask quick for Gunderson, how many villages, cities, whatever you serve?
They do a lot too.
Yeah, counties are seven in the immediate area. 10 counties.
10 counties.
10 counties,
You cover solely 10 counties.
which equal out to be,
Parts of 10 counties.
Parts of 10 counties or just the whole coverage of 10 counties?
Well, all of lacrosse.
That's a city.
Cross county.
Lacrosse County, okay.
Across Winona, Houston, Jackson,
So outside of Wisconsin.
Monroe, Trumbull, Crawford.
You cover a full Crawford County or just a portion of Crawford?
Fayette, Vernon,
All of Vernon County? Just a portion of it?
9.
And
I
just a
think-
portion of Monroe too, correct?
Lake Star is 49 municipalities, but it's also a group of 3 municipalities, and then it's a group of 12 municipalities, 10 municipalities, 9 municipalities. And so, and same with Gunderson, like it's not this big blob spreading out all over the land, like they've got operations, spread out just like here in Richland County. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kruger. Are there any questions on Lifestar's proposal from County Board Supervisors? I know he asked that, but I'm just giving the floor opportunity.
Yeah, so,
Supervisor
as
Frank?
you also handle EMD, and you have your own dispatch, would that be handled the same way? The call comes to the PSAP here, they transfer the call, and then you guys take over EMD from there, is that correct?
Correct.
Right, same process. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Kruger? All right, moving on to our next provider in our packet, which is Richland County EMS. So I would turn that over to Ms. Barbara Scott and our administrator, Ms. Clements.
I thank you all for your time. Trisha, Leanna, and I have all worked, and I thank the other two services for coming and presenting tonight. There's a lot for you all to think about. Richland County is expensive to run. The difference is we do not have the fleet. We are dedicated to this area only. So it is more expensive. And what you have to decide as a committee, as a board, is are you willing to do that to keep it local? I can't make that decision for you. That's your job here tonight. Richland County, the reason that you should go with Richland County. They've given some great reasons to go with them, and I don't argue with any of those. However, Richland County has a lot of our own positives. We are directly accountable to you, our residents. We only serve you, and you will hold us responsible. Our oversight is by you, the board. There's not another head, there's no one in between. It's the board directly to Richland County Ambulance. Service priorities are determined by local needs. When we have last weekend a rodeo, our priorities are to staff the rodeo. We have to do that event. Then we have 2 trucks running 911, and we did. We serviced all of those needs last weekend, the weekends prior as well. We have transparency in our budget operations. Because we're government funded, we have to have transparency in everything we do. Our funding remains dedicated to the local services. The county has issued a countywide tax. That doesn't go all to Richland County Ambulance. It goes to Viola, goes to Cazenovia, Lone Rock, Muscadet. They will all be getting funds to help support their ambulance services. One of the things that we discussed is as we build more of that fund up, there may be more money to distribute to those services to help them keep their equipment up to date and to keep it new and to keep all of our services at a good level. We also support local jobs and economic growth. We are very much a part of our community. We do a lot of community events. We are also, our staff, we have a couple that aren't from Richland Center, they're from Hillsborough.
I grew up in Muscadet.
Oh, but you grew up in Muscadet, there we go. And we have some that travel a little bit. However, the majority of our staff are from right here in town or the county. Our resources are invested into equipment, training, and personnel. We also have a training program. We have a QA program, as the other ones do. It's a requirement of all EMS programs in the state. And we have all of those things in place. We have a medical director who is from Richland Hospital. So our protocols, our medical procedures are directly in line with Richland Hospital. Our equipment is interchangeable with Richland Hospital. When a service comes in and we can't just unplug the pads and plug them into their defib, as a nurse, not speaking as a service director, that's hard because I have to tear off a pair of defib pads and throw on a pair that are compatible with what the hospital uses. Ours, we make sure are compatible with them. Then we also build long-term value for all of our residents. As we invest in our service, there are things that cost more money, but that money stays here in the county. The county-owned ambulances and equipment are community assets. They belong to the taxpayers, and they're supported by that. Investments continue for future generations. We're building this My daughter was on the EMS squad with me for a couple of years before she moved away to college. And we have had parent-child relationships throughout the county for several generations and several different families. We support long-term planning and sustainability, excuse me. And we preserve infrastructure by using what's already built. We do have EMD here. They have an EMD program. It doesn't just serve Richland County Ambulance, it serves the other ambulance services within the county. The service levels are really tailored to our residents. A large proportion of our calls, as Tri-State and Amplify had said, are just going there and helping pick them up. But our people don't stop with, let's pick you up. We make sure everything you need is there for you. We know these people. We know that they're not going to take their medicines, and not that any other EMS provider wouldn't be able to do that. But we know our residents, and we try to work with them to make it safer for them at home. We also know their families. We can reach out as allowed by HIPAA and connect with them and say, hey, mom needs a little more support today. Those families know us and they're comfortable hearing that from us. We understand our local geography and our local resources. So when I am going out to Henrietta Township, I know who I can call out there to give me secondary support. I know when I go south towards Aiken, those areas, I know who else I have available for me. Those are things that my staff are all aware of. We support businesses and communities, as I said. We partnership with law and fire departments. Last night, we had a training with fire here in the courthouse to help bring a person who was injured down. We train with those departments. We know the officers by name. We know the fire departments by name, and we work really well with them. We've grown that relationship over the past year, I can definitely tell you, and it's been there for the last 30 years that I've been with Richland County EMS. This one. It's more than an emergency response for my staff. We are in the community. When there's an event, we're going to be out there. Even if I'm not on duty, I'll throw my shirt on, I'll go out and I'll walk the grounds. I'm here to help you guys. I am right there. We have Thunder in the Hills coming up on the 27th, 28th. My staff will be there. We'll be out walking around, just being a part of the community. There's no charge for that. We're just there because that's what we need to do to be a part of our community. We also have preventative and community outreach things. We teach CPR. There is no charge most of the time except for the card. We do other promotional things that work with the community to teach them how to do first aid, how to do stop the bleed courses. All of those are things that we do for the community at no charge. Recruitment and retention of local professionals. We are constantly recruiting, just like these gentlemen have told you. EMS is tough. It's tough in a rural area. And we've done well. Since I have been there, our staff has grown. We have retained, and we're at a very stable staffing level. We put an investment into that workforce. We're constantly training, constantly growing. The county put forth a resolution last year that we're reimbursing their schooling for these people who are here. So our citizens we're building, we're giving them an education, and the county is reimbursing that when they stay with us. So that builds our community stronger because we get the professionals here. Employees, like I said, are committed to the community they serve. When the community needs us, rapid local decision-making during emergencies. Our dispatch center will say, you need 2 ambulances, and we're right there. We're doing that immediately. They will say, fire, you need to go out. We will call for a lift assist. Our fire department is right there. We will call for deputies to come and help when we need that. We have that working relationship with the current dispatch, fire, and law enforcement agency. We're able to adapt, and we know that Lone Rock may only have one rig. But that means that we're not gonna pull that rig out of that community to support us. We will go and support them as we can, but we don't try to pull them out of communities that only have one ambulance to support their entire service area. We're not gonna do that. We understand those kinds of challenges. Slide. Public open oversight. This, I think, is a big deal because we have communication with county leadership. Trish doesn't like seeing my name on her caller ID every day. It does happen way too often, but I'm able to reach out and talk to her. I'm able to call to Carrie. I'm able to call to any of my board members that I need to talk to them, to have that, to say, hey, this is what's happening today. What can I do to help? What do you guys want? What does the board want from us? And we have that open communication every day. I come to monthly meetings of the Public Safety Committee, and I present every month with where we're at, what we're doing. Our community input into service priorities. Over the last couple of months, I have heard from numerous citizens who say, this is what I want from you. I want to see this when you come to me. Or we'll have people that'll call and say, you know what? My mom doesn't want to go to the hospital. She just needs checked out. Can you come out and do that? Yep, absolutely. We'll listen to you. We will respond to what the community wants within our abilities. We have continuous evaluation and quality improvement. This is a community investment. It protects public safety. It preserves local control. It strengthens the community resiliency. We are part of the community resiliency groups. We serve on boards and committees locally. We have mental health groups that my staff serve on and are trained to respond to mental health emergencies. And we build on investments already made by you, the county residents and county board. We are more than an ambulance service. We are essential public safety resource dedicated to serving the residents of Richland County today and in the future. And we hope that the county board will vote to continue this service. But I understand they have a difficult job with that as well. That's all I have for you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Are there any questions, Ms. Miller?
Yeah, how many paramedics are available on the EMS here? And how many do we need?
Barb, you should probably come back up, you probably have a question.
And I have another question. We need to do our own transport if we're gonna be local. Are you gonna be able to pull that kind of thing off?
We have currently been running transfers for the Richland Hospital. We also do some for Hillsborough because we have residents that we transport to Hillsborough frequently. So we will do transfers out of there, and we do that currently. I think we tend to respond as much as possible. So yes, we'll be able to do transfers. We can't do paramedic level transfers. I want to be completely open and upfront with you. If that person needs a heparin drip, we can't do that unless a nurse goes along from the hospital. Has it happened? Yes. Does it happen from Hillsborough and Richland Center? 100%. If it's an OB patient that needs drugs to stop labor, the nurse goes along. Sometimes even the doctor, depending on where we're at. We've had those things happen. But yes, we can support transfers. Currently, we have 2 that are in medical school, if I'm not mistaken. And so we'll have 2 paramedics on staff. We have another paramedic that has applied that we haven't been hiring right now because of the situation we're in. I don't think that that's fair. And we will hire more as we can.
Given the fact that we're an AMT and we have paramedics, can we provide paramedic
No.
level care?
No, they cannot. Just like I'm a nurse, when I'm on that ambulance, I'm an AMT.
However, we could upgrade our licensure level to provide that care with those service providers that are paramedic if we had the proper medical equipment that is there. that's needed for a paramedic.
That will not happen, though I don't want to give any false information. That will not happen January 27th.
Yeah.
That is not a possibility.
There has to be a process for it.
Yes.
However, if we already had the equipment that qualifies for that, and we are running as an AEMT, we could have a paramedic on our ambulance if we had the proper equipment and medicines to run as one. That person could come in and run and do that if we had that equipment. But it would be a cost to us to provide that equipment.
We do
So
have
to say that,
ventilators.
we already
have some of the equipment.
we have paramedics there. We do. They can only practice up to the AEMT level. But if we, as a county, give them the tools to do that,
Is that over and above the budget though?
We own some of the equipment. We own 2 ventilators. We own all the cardiac monitors. We own some of that equipment. The medications, however, are very costly. And so some of it we'd have to purchase and pumps would have to be purchased. So there would be definite expense to doing that.
and in this current budget, we didn't budget to be that paramedic level or that upper level. So we would have to be talking about that for future.
Can you give me an idea of what, for the past 3 years, EMS has a deficit?
That
We could have Leanna. Leanna's online and we could have Leanna talk about the budget part.
Thank you.
Yep, Leanna, did you hear that question? How come we went from having a surplus to a deficit? Can you hear us, Leanna?
You want to talk about it real quick?
I can tell you what I've learned from Leanna and Trish. I've only been in this position for a year, so please excuse that I can't answer all of this, but I'll rely on Leanna and Trish. If Leanna pops on, we'll let her take over. 3 years ago, what happened is we moved into our own building. It's very costly to do that. We were in the confines of the courthouse, and there was a lot of shared costs. Now we have our own building with many more quarters, which makes hiring staff much more appealing to outside people. But there's also a cost to that. Also, we've hired full-time staff. A lot of the local services, Viola, Castle, Rock, Muscadet, they don't have that full-time staff requirement. And that's part of the difference. They also don't have the call volume that we have. That's why we had to. When we're running that many calls, to rely on volunteers to do those calls, which are climbing every single year, that's a lot to ask of a volunteer. It's not realistic anymore.
I think Leanna has done a deep dive of the
Yes.
budget since 2019. There's information in past packets. There is no indication at all of mishandling of funds, of misappropriating funds. It has kind of been the perfect storm of the things that Barb talked about, and inflation. Costs continue to go up. We weren't increasing our costs. You know, we had that 3-year agreement with municipalities. So our expenses were going up, or our revenue were staying static. So based on all of those things, but there's zero indication that has been found that there was mismanagement of any funds at all.
That's correct.
Supervisor Frank?
Thank you. So in looking through this packet, I see, Gunderson and Lifestar had their number. I don't see a number in this packet as to what the ask is for. Did I miss that one?
It was in the letter.
Was it? Okay.
So you mean for how much the county service
Yes.
would cost? So if you look at document 18C, they have the proposal
18C, okay.
comparables.
Those are kind of their own. Okay.
And if we look at the second page of that document, and I'll speak until Leanna can figure out how to unmute. We have the comparisons there for Gunderson and what those costs would be. Lifestar, the county run in the first year, and the first year is going to be more expensive because we're in need of 2 new ambulances. We are not looking to buy new, we're looking to buy rebuilt. Remounted, thank you. Looking to purchase remounted ambulances. And then years 2 for 5 are the average of what it would be, averaged out over the 4 years there. And so for the first year, the county run,
would be a little bit under 1 million is what would be needed in levy, understanding that part of that high expense is the ambulances. But then it levels out in year 2 to 5. And we have the 482,950 for operating, which is pretty close to Lifestar. And then it's that additional 200 so that we can build some equity. We can have that money when we need that new ambulance. So what we had talked about when Leanna, Barb, and I met is we would replace a new ambulance every 9 years. We would continue to have 3 in our fleet. We may be budgeted a little bit higher, but we also understand that if we go over budget, it is the county general fund that has to make it whole. And there are negative ramifications for going into the general fund and pulling money out of it.
Supervisor Turk?
Is that number that's listed here, is that inclusive of supporting all the surrounding services too, or is that just Richland EMS?
So the proposed cost is just Richland EMS, but if you look at the town reimbursement, the 191,595, that is then supporting all the other services. If you go to the next screen, we then looked at what the cost is for the emergency service dispatch and radio tower. Are you on now, Leanna?
Yes, I finally got to the right setting. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. I'll let you take over.
Dear God, this computer sometimes. Okay. Yeah, I can go ahead and take over if you'd like. So what Tricia said is correct. So there were 2 tabs in here. This was information that was provided the last meeting that we had, executive and finance, where we brought forth. I split these up between the portion that would be the tax levy associated with the radio tower and the countywide emergency management system. So you could see the impact from that one. And then the other page that was in here shows you the impact from just the ambulance services and the payback needed to the towns. But if we continue down, so if you go to the next one, or I can share my screen if it's easier. Okay. So that one's a little difficult for me to read, but let me zoom in here. Okay, so in this one, what I did to try to make it easier for everyone to understand the cost impact to the service was to take a home value. So from 150,000 of home value all the way up to $1 million of your home value, and basically say there's a column in gray there that's just for the radio tower in the EMS, the emergency management system. Then everyone else, Gunderson, Lifestar, Richland County Ambulance Year 1, and Richland County Ambulance Years 2 through 5 are provided there. That top little table is just the ambulance service. So for $150,000 home, under Gunderson for the service, you would pay $2,840, plus you would pay the amount of the radio tower EMS, $3,492. So then that table below shows you the combined total of $6,332 per year for someone who has a house valued at $150,000. If your house is less than that, obviously it's going to be less than that. I couldn't put all the values on here, but I started with what I felt was reasonable. If for some reason you have $1 million property, under Gunderson, this would cost you $189.32 per year for just the ambulance service, plus $232.81 per year for the radio tower and EMS portion, the emergency management system portion of this, making your grand total for that $1 million home $422.13 per year for the entire thing, the ambulance service, the radio tower, and emergency management system. And we can follow that across, same logic for Lifestar and the Richland County EMS that we currently have. So for Lifestar, it'd be $41.61 for just the ambulance service for that $150,000 home. And for that $1 million home, it would be $277.32. Then when we add our radio tower to that and our emergency management system, that number for the $150,000 property goes up to $76.52 per year, plus that's with the radio tower and everything all inclusive for your $150,000 home. If you had $1 million home under Lifestar, that's going to go up to $510.13 per year. So, and then if we go to our Richland service, it's going to be for $150,000 home per year for year one, when we're going to buy our 2 ambulances. It's going to be $80.25 per year just for the service. And then if I drop down that same one, when I add my radio tower and my emergency management system, we're at $115.17. So that table you really need to look at is the all combined table in terms of what is the tax impact going to be. So that $115.17 that I show you for year one, for the $150,000 house, that 115, you take that and you add that to your current tax bill. So as I was going through and I was trying to find this for individual properties, well, obviously there's a lot of other things that go into your tax bill. Everybody knows it. You've got things for fire in there. You might have things for water and sewage. You might have certain school credits, and you're, depending on what school district you're in, you're going to have a different value for that. So all I can speak to in this chart is what it's going to cost you for the ambulance service under each one of these providers, plus the radio tower and emergency management system operations every year that we're going to have it. Now we know that Gunderson and Lifestar will have a cost of living adjustment. I know this because we built one into the Richland County ambulance service. We went through it line by line and said, yeah, I believe this one's going to increase 5% year over year. So we built that into ours so you can see that. But again, if we could make a similar assumption under a Gunderson or a Lifestar, you will find that it will still continue to be less expensive than it is currently for us to operate this. Are there unknowns for ours? Yeah, there is. And we try to come up with everything we could possibly think of in terms of the plan, in terms of what our needs are going to be. But if you were truly going to build a service, you're going to start with replacing those 2 ambulances. And we came up with remounting and, was able to save a few dollars there. And then every 3 years, we're going to replace one and remount another one, and, have the third one go decommissioned, and the second best one would be the third one then. So that was kind of our plan. And if you're a visual person, I suggest we scroll down and we can see it in a visual chart, what the impact will be to your tax bill here. So along the side, you've got the cost of your home. So everywhere from $150,000 all the way up to $1 million. And on the bottom going across, you have the dollars of the impact that's going to happen. I also put the total dollars next to the lines so that you can clearly see where these are coming in. And if we scroll down a little bit, the checkered one is Richland years 2 through 5. And the blue one, solid blue one, is Richland for year 1. And then the orange one is Lifestar. And the dark blue one is Gunderson. So this would be your tax impact all in, radio tower, emergency management system, and whichever ambulance service you choose. And then take that, add that to your current tax bill, and that's going to be what you're looking for when you get that lovely tax bill in the mail for 2027.
Supervisor Carroll.
Any questions? Sure.
I was just wondering where things stand with the union process and whether that has also been factored into the Richland cost.
I believe that we did factor
Yes,
into
we
the
did.
budget, the
Yes.
attorney fees, yes. For the union.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did put something in there for that. We did not build in anything, as Barb mentioned, for changing to a paramedic level service. And there is a considerable cost associated with that, that we would also have to look to, if you chose to go to that we would have to build in. And again, you'd be looking at another tax levy increase, again, changing these numbers and just adding more dollars to it to get to that same level that you could get today with a Gunderson or a Lifestar or some other type of service.
But the one thing that, I'm sorry, Leanna, the one thing with that I want to say is as we build a base on our, what we have for our money in this account, we could utilize that to go to the medic.
But that base, a lot of that is again being already allocated towards that remounted ambulances and continuing on a 3-year, 4-year replacement program or 10-year replacement program as we'd mentioned. And then if we had that money, we could potentially put it towards this, but I don't even know if that would be enough. And we don't want to run the risk of having the service go into a hole again. See, here's one thing that I wanted to point out if I'd been on right at the beginning here to mention. I don't know if much of you recall, but the first meeting I ever gave on this topic late last year, I think it was about October timeframe, I had basically walked through 5 years of financials. And within those 5 years of financials, I was able to tell you that when we switched, I could show you exactly when we switched to having a full-time staff, to being in a building, how that impacted our cost. And now today, to sit here and talk about prior years is really unreasonable and completely inaccurate. The reason being is that you're not comparing apples to apples or oranges to oranges, because the service today looks nothing like the service did prior to 2023. And I want everyone to understand that. And the one thing that I did also want to note, within that first meeting, somebody asked me, I saw the major problem with our service was we could not build equity. The service year over year has been continuing to deplete any equity or fund balance that was there due to losses. And those losses, good, bad, and different, mostly related to Medicare and Medicaid write-offs, which we know in the future is only going to get more complicated. It's getting more complicated at the federal level. So I think our struggles will only get worse in terms of collectability. So for me, I was before this too looking at income values. Median average household income for Richland County is $84,000 a year. That doesn't go very far these days. And we're asking people to say, hey, open your pocketbooks for another $115 for that, $115 a year for that $150,000 house, versus what? $63. So again, we have to be.
Stand on order. Can we have some type
Yes,
of supervisor?
I am pointing to facts.
And so Supervisor.
Okay, go ahead.
She really didn't answer any of my questions. I wanted.
What was your question?
How much the EMS, if we kept it local, how much EMS would cost us per year? I wanted to know.
Let me pull up my file and I will tell you in just a minute. Give me just a second to open that file here, please.
So the total budget would be about 1.3 million, but that's not what we would levy because there's revenues in there. But when you look at this document, and if you go back to the first page, for the county to continue to run the service in the first year, it will be $957,459. That's what the cost to the county taxpayers would be in year 1 to run just our service. In years 2 through 5, the amount it will cost per year to run our service that will cost the taxpayers will be $682,950.
That's after the funds you collect from the insurance companies and Medicare.
Correct, yes.
Correct.
So you're saying, let's take $100,000 that would have to be collected by the county, correct? I'm just doing an average.
So for our service in the first year, if we go with our service, we will levy outside the levy limit just under $1 million so that we can continue to run our service in a sustainable fashion. Meaning we need to get those ambulances so that if something happens to one, we have a good backup.
And you only get 3 years out of an ambulance?
No, you get 9. Those are 9, but we have 3.
Yeah, okay, so.
So by
9 years, you would be replacing one.
Yes. And so what our plan is after that first year is we would set aside 200,000. So when we get to year 3, we have the money to purchase a new ambulance. And we would continue to do that. So when we get to year 6, we have the money to replace an ambulance. That's one of the things we haven't done in the past was build in that equity, build in that ability to save money so that when we need it, we can purchase it.
Supervisor Kramer.
Question I have is, okay, this tax levy that you're gonna put on the entire county is great for Richland EMS. But what about the outside EMS? You know, if Casanova needs a new ambulance, are you gonna buy us a new ambulance? Yuba, you know, Blue River, are you gonna buy them a new ambulance too, to start off with? I don't think so.
You're right. We didn't build that in to start off with purchasing them a new ambulance, and that's something we haven't started to have that discussion with. I do think when the time comes, if in 5 years Yuba needs, well, Yuba doesn't have an ambulance, but if it doesn't have a transport ambulance, but if in 5 years Kaz comes and says we're in need of an ambulance, I think we have to sit down and we have to talk about how that may look. Which again may raise then, we might have to levy more money outside the levy limit so that we can fund it.
And the thing is okay, right now, what people on the outside of Richland Ambulance Service is looking at, you're gonna raise our taxes on our houses and our property to run a system that we will never use, maybe ever. That's what they're upset about. Like up at Westford, okay, they take care of part of Sauk County as well. But you're gonna raise our taxes in Westford Township to fund an ambulance that our citizens in Westford Township in Richland County will never use.
I just wanna say it was a board decision to
I
do
know,
that.
but I'm saying,
not us.
that's
not my
what
decision.
I know, and I voted no against that. And you know that, and I still, you know, I understand needing an ambulance service, we need to stop and back up a little bit. Because when the Joint Ambulance Committee was engaged, it might have been an unorganized meeting, but they were in the black. And then all of a sudden they weren't. Maybe we need to stop and think, you know, do we wanna do this to everybody? Or do we wanna let Richland EMS go back to, or all the EMSs go back to a joint ambulance committee and try that again before we raise taxes?
So we met with the municipalities. We started meeting with the municipalities in December. We had 3 or 4 different meetings. I apologize if I can't remember. The first one was to focus on the creation of a district. So we met with the 12 municipalities we serve. At the end of the meeting, one of the individuals at the meeting, who was a town chair, said, we need to get together, separate from the county, and we should talk about what it means to create a district and if that's what we want to do. Crickets from the room. It was said again, if this is what we're going to do as far as forming a district, we need to have a separate meeting, we need to talk about it, we need to do it. There was no movement. There's been no movement about creating a district for 15 years. Or I'm sorry, 10 years, since 2015.
Supervisor Carroll.
Was my understanding that you're concerned, those areas that are not served by the Richland ambulance would then get this tax levy bump reimbursed back to them.
Right. Not
So,
their full amount.
Am I understanding it correctly?
They would not get the full amount they pay. They would get the amount, because we have to tax every single property with the same amount. And so we can't say, okay, Buena Vista only needs to submit $16,000, so we're just gonna collect $16,000 from their taxpayers. It's distributed equally amongst all taxpayers, so this dollar amount is the same amongst everybody. So even though they paid $48,000, can't remember what the exact number is, their community will only get $16,000 back.
Okay.
Even if we go with an outside contractor, you're gonna pay taxes on that. And it's just.
Well, if I can say one more thing, the county is not mandated to provide an ambulance service for the county. And the municipalities and the villages, they are. And I don't know why the county, I wasn't on the board then, I don't know why the county jumped into a non-mandated service. And we do have mandated services we need to watch out for and take care of. And I don't know, we're not a rich county, we never will be. And I just think, you know, we need to stop and back up a little bit. And I know you said there were crickets in the room, but the townships have got to take responsibility for the services that they are mandated to support. It's not the county. The county doesn't need to be into this because it's not going to be fair. You tax everybody, okay, that's fair, but the amount of money that comes back to separate townships, that's not fair. And that's what I'm hearing. And I'm here to voice that for my constituents.
Supervisor Engel?
I have three things. One, just a reminder to our staff that we need objective information. Sometimes it can get opinionated. So I just want to ask them to be clear, to provide us with good information and not so much opinion. Second thing is, I think this is going to be quite a discussion. I look forward to it. The third thing, I think we need a 5-minute break.
I think we need to let Barb finish if she's not.
Correct.
At your disposal.
Correct.
Okay, I'm not opposed to levying a tax lien on the entire township, county. But the property that's in the county that Kickapoo serves, the amount of tax you get from that needs to go to Kickapoo Ambulance Service, which is a volunteer service. We depend on it. Same way with Casanova, same way with Lone Rock, same way with Muscadet and Blue River. That is the only way it's going to be fair. Yes, Richland, which we serve, would get the biggest share because we cover more places and more properties. But the average income here in Richland Center, that's a shake, boy. I don't make that much money. I'm retired. I'm a widow. My house is paid for. I'm not moving. You have to think about this as one of the poorest counties in Wisconsin. With all retired people.
Thank you.
But you've got to
Supervisor
divvy
Miller?
that up so that Casanova gets their fair share. And the same way with Kickapoo, Lone Rock, Muscadet, and Blue River. They are our cohorts in this. There is mutual aid that we have always done with them people. They need a bunch of the money too.
Mary?
I almost forgot. Well, out in the rural areas, we've got $2 million farms, we've got $10 million farms. It's going to be quite a ordeal to ask people to pay thousands of dollars for the EMS. I don't know. It's really confusing. I love to be able to do it. You know, but, do we have to have a full time? Can we have a part-time EMS?
I've served as a volunteer for 30 years. I cannot, we run 1,500, we're going to be close to 1,500 calls this year. If you divide that out for 365 days, could you volunteer that many hours and be away from your family, leaving your Christmas dinners for volunteering? When you volunteer,
No, I'm not volunteering, but I'm paid on call.
even that, I mean, I make triple as in my professional life that I would as the paid on call. You get $20 to respond. And so when I go to work, I don't work locally, I work out of town. I can't give up that job to chance maybe a $20 call. can't do that. And volunteers are finding that, and it's not just here. KCs are having problems getting volunteers. The volunteer culture is fizzling because inflation's up. People just can't afford to do it anymore.
Well, I was looking, paramedics run about $60,000 a year.
Mhm.
And, RN's probably within that range too.
A little more.
So that pretty well takes in a lot of the, and then you'll be getting benefits too.
Our staff is, yeah, they're not paramedics, they're not paid at that level.
No, I know that, but I meant, okay, you have two paramedics.
They get paid the same as an EMT.
Supervisor McKee?
The decision on this tonight. We just got these, what, a couple days ago? And I haven't had a chance to go through them.
Sir Frank?
Yeah, so, Gunderson and Lifestar are including HR, administration, payroll, attorney fees and things like that. Are those costs figured into those costs are not figured into what the county's project is?
Attorney fees are.
Attorney fees are for the union, but anything else would be added on. So we're taking on an extra load, extra work that Lifestar and or Gunderson are providing in their package.
It's not taking on, they're already doing the work.
Well, it's extra.
I mean, maybe we could get rid of it and then cut staff.
Yeah, but we're not, now we have to have HR and payroll and these other things in our system that they're already taking care of, so we are doing extra for that.
Well, we already have it to begin with.
And that may be more, it may cost more because we're doing it.
Supervisor Cooley?
You know, I think a lot, listen a lot, try to come up with a good answer maybe. But I was thinking about this today, and the taxpayers and the voters, not just the taxpayers, but the voters of the county all have a stake in this, right? When the school district needs money, they have a referendum, or they put it on the ballot, and you let the county speak, or you let the school district speak. So is there an option to put a question on the November ballot of which way the county would like to go? I think it's too much of a question to expect 20 people on this board to make the right decision.
We're representing 17,000.
I don't mean any disrespect, but in November, you're gonna make that decision. That gives a month and a half for if the tax, no matter what they do, can they be up in a month and a half?
So with that, first, that gives us the opportunity to see what we have to do, right? That'll tell us what we have to do. If that means we need to extend the current status of where we're at, we have the funding mechanism to make sure that the Richland County EMS runs for one more year. And it gives us the time to do what the voters of Richland County want us to do. To me, that's the fairest way to do it. That makes the most sense. It gives everybody the opportunity to voice their opinion. We get a lot of people, a lot of great people are really good at voicing their opinion, right? But there's a lot of other people out there that aren't really good at voicing their opinion and most likely won't voice their opinion until after it's too late. And I think this gives them an open opportunity to voice their opinion or choose not to. And then we have a decision that's much more democratic than this.
Yeah.
Carol?
What would be the implications or pros and cons of dragging this out one more year, through a referendum?
And also, if I don't want to disrespect Barb, if you're done, I don't want you, while they're having this discussion, now I don't want you to feel like you're in the middle of that, so please take your, yeah, that's up to you.
Are there any more questions for Barb? So I think what I'm gonna do is still continue on to this agenda item number 9. Agenda item number 9, we're gonna take a recess of 4 minutes. 4 or 5 minutes, let everybody have a break. There's a bathroom up here, there's a bathroom on the first floor. I don't know if there's one on the second floor, is there?
Yeah, there is.
There's a bathroom on the second floor, so we'll take like a 4 to 5 minute break and we'll come back at 20:10. 20:08, so it'll be 8:08.
Real time?
8:08 p.m.
That's only 3 minutes.
Well,
That clock.
4 minutes. Just give a couple seconds to get situated and finish up any conversations that you're having. Understand that it's been a little bit less or a little bit more than 8:08 when I said that we would convene, but it's now 20:15. You ready to convene back? Okay. So I'm gonna like to convene back in session. We're still on agenda item number 9, presentations by EMS providers. We heard Gunderson, Amplify, Lifestar, and Richland County EMS proposals. And with that, I like to with those discussions, there was some great stuff, and I just want supervisors to understand a couple things. And I found an article on the UW Extension Local Government Center written by Alan Probst. Alan was a local government specialist, and I'm going to read 2 paragraphs of his article. It'd be a little bit of time, but I'm going to read this to you. So it says, seeking efficiencies in local government. As of late, we are seeing a movement to make local government more efficient. Well, at first glance, this seems like a logical idea to better local government. There are many questions that need to be answered before embarking on such an endeavor, and several concerns and cautions that need to be recognized. Asking the right questions, seeking the right information, using realistic performance criteria, and considering all possible outcomes are essential to ensure the efforts of local governmental bodies do not end up as nothing more than a report collecting dust on a shelf, or worse yet, the result of the efforts prove not only disappointing, but may even worsen the situation. And this second paragraph is a little bit lengthy. But one of the most common comments heard when local governments begin considering efficiency efforts is, we need to run our county, city or village, like a business. We need to run our county like a business. Well, on the surface, this would appear to be a positive idea. There are issues that must be considered first before embarking on such a quest. First, government or provides services that cannot be offered in a manner similar to for-profit businesses. But if all government services could be provided by private business at a profit, private businesses would certainly be providing those services. The fact that most government services cannot be provided in a profitable or even a self-sustaining manner means that government cannot be run like a business. All one has to try to envision police, fire departments being operated in a for-profit business manner to see why this concept is unworkable. Secondly, private businesses are not subject to public scrutiny. Here we are. They're not subject to public scrutiny, regulations, or management options that local governments are. A business can write off a group of difficult customers. Government cannot. All citizens, no matter how disagreeable or problematic, are entitled to services. And third, government does not have a monopoly on inefficiency. Businesses have the ability to cover mistakes and inefficiencies while increasing prices to cover costs of mistakes. Local government does not have this luxury, as everything it does is subject to public scrutiny. That is the end of that paragraph. I've always thought about this article when I read this back in 2017, 2018, and it come to light now to me that we're talking about something. In hearing these 3 proposals, we did have a study that was completed, and that study did offer an option. And one of those options was the creation of a district. And I think moving forward, hearing constituents reach out to me, seeing some signs around town and other citizens, because I've listened to everybody, just not my constituents, I think moving towards a district would be more plausible for us as a county and as a community as a whole. And that would take having local governmental leaders and even all municipalities within the county to have an option to be a part of that district. There currently is a district at this time. It's the Richland Center Fire District or the Richland Fire District. They're just doing fire, but could EMS be added to that and operated with that? Or does EMS need to be created separately and have a separate EMS district? I don't know. My proposal that I would like to bring forward, along with Richland County's proposal that we have, is that we explore the creation of a district. Richland County operate EMS functions until 2028. And why I picked 2028 is because everyone here is up for election in 2028. And that would be the end of that. However, you know, I would be open, and maybe many of you might be, if there is forward progress with those municipalities and the county on creating that district, and we see that movement. You know, I've heard talk about how there's been districts have been, you know, talked about, or and it's been crickets. They haven't. Well, my plan is to write an official letter from the county stating we are done providing EMS service on this year. We will help facilitate a committee. It would have to be brought up by a committee on committees. They would have to lay out the parameters and guidelines of that committee and who is the membership of that committee, which should be open up to all local municipal leaders, and have that discussion on how a district would look and how it would look. There is a funding source now. Some may say that they don't like that, but I just find it hard to see local levy dollars that are from citizens coming in that are not serviced by local business, I guess, and supporting outside of that, and knowing that they may be nonprofit and that those profits now are given to top executives. That's a tough pill to bite. And we just heard tonight when I asked the question that they could not provide service locally if they were not subsidized. And I'd rather have the subsidy go to a local government entity that's run by local elected officials that are residents of Richland County that operate it and can control that versus an outside. And the outside companies, they do provide an excellent business. To give a background, I guess, I am in the healthcare field also. I've got almost 20 years experience working in emergency medicine. I work in the emergency room. I am a licensed EMS provider with the state of Wisconsin. I understand this EMS issue and how to provide care, and I am also a firefighter of 20 some years. And that falls under a district. I understand how districts work, local governments, obviously being in it for 10 years now. I think that we do have an option of going forward and creating a district with using our local funding that we have and to make it work. Guess what else? I'm leaving up to discussion here before we move on to our next agenda item, which would be a resolution approving providers for EMS service to a portion of Richland County. So Supervisor Miller.
What about Casnovia and Viola,
Yep.
district, are they gonna go along with?
That's up to that local, in my opinion, how I look at that, that's up to that local sorry. It's up to that local municipality that funds that service if they want it to join. So I can give an example of Richland County EMS at one time was serviced Sylvan Township, part of Sylvan Township, part of Buena Vista Township, and Yuba, the village of Yuba. Those townships or municipalities chose at one time to leave our, I shouldn't say our, what it is ours, I guess, the Richland County EMS, and find their own service provider. So that option still exists. And I would always open the door, leave it open if they wanted to come back. There was a portion of Bloom, I think 2 townships that Richland County EMS covered. And then they pulled out and went with, I think, and Yuba went with Hillsborough, but maybe Yuba would come back in. This is just a talking on the board here right now with the creation of a district. It's my proposal, along with the Richland County EMS. This is what I'm thinking for that. So Supervisor McKee.
Do you want a motion to that effect?
That's up to this body.
I'll make that,
What would your motion be?
that we explore creating an EMS district.
Okay, I think that motion would be best suited for our agenda item next, which would be a resolution approving a provider EMS service to a portion of Richland County. So we're still on agenda item number 9, which is presentations by EMS providers. I gave my little spiel. Are there any discussions or questions to our EMS providers that have gave presentations here tonight that you need to ask before we move on? Okay. Then we will move on to agenda item number 10, which is a resolution approving a provider to provide EMS services to a portion of Richland County. So, Ms. Peggy, would you please read the resolution?
This would be resolution number 26-34. Now therefore be resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors that there's a significant amount of text. Sir, do you wish me to read items 1, 2, 3 through furthermore? So is
To be the word the whereas is down at the bottom.
yeah. All right, I'll read the
Where the
bottom.
1, 2, 3.
Yes. Now therefore be resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors that 1, the administrator, county board chair, county clerk, and all other officials and agents of the county are directed and authorized to negotiate and enter into a contract with enter provider named here or take action necessary for Richland County Ambulance Service to provide EMS to the area currently served by the Richland County Ambulance Service beginning January 1, 2027, and otherwise considered countywide EMS consistent with the terms and conditions contained within name of providers or Richland Ambulance Services proposal contained within the response to the RFP process. 2, the administrator, county board chair, county clerk, and all other officers and agents of the county are directed and authorized to take any and all action necessary to action funds that the county pays in relation to the contract with name of provider or the county's operation of the Richland Ambulance Service are able to be levied outside the county's levy limit. And 3, the administrator, county board chair, county clerk, and all other officers and agents of the county are hereby directed and authorized to take any and all such other and further actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution. Be it further resolved, this resolution is effective on passage and publication, and there is no.
So we've heard the resolution from the clerk, the deputy clerk. It's on the floor for your pleasure. Supervisor Perry.
I move we table the resolution. I'll second.
So we got a motion by Supervisor Perry, seconded by Supervisor McKee to table this resolution.
Sure, so let me postpone to a definite time. For definite meeting. I think that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, it's either gotta be time and place or.
My motion is table, period.
Would we be able to have some discussion, I guess?
Well, yeah.
Would you be able to rescind that motion, I guess, and then put it out, and then maybe Supervisor McKee talked about what I mentioned before?
I think that's appropriate for next motion.
Correct. Do you have a second for that motion?
Yep.
So we're on discussion.
Yeah, we're on discussion. Are we tabling it indefinite, or are we tabling it for the next meeting? Is that how the correct attorney?
That's what I don't know. And the motion to table means we're taking it up later this meeting. If you move to postpone to a time certain, you can set the date that you'll take it back up again.
And I'll amend my motion to postpone any action on this resolution until
the next meeting of the county board.
So there's a motion to postpone this resolution, 26-34 to the next county board meeting, and it's seconded by Supervisor McKee. I'm gonna open this floor up for discussion and debate. I would like, on that issue, Supervisor Engel?
Yeah, so my problem with the resolution is, we look back the last months on this, there's been mistakes made, right, on all sides. It has polarized really quickly. And I don't think this is fair to our EMS staff to keep this question alive longer than 1 month. That's why I kind of like the idea of the April or 2028 idea. And I also think that if we want to do a referendum, the referendum may be on the question of district to see where people are at with that. That would be very helpful. And it would take some time to do that. I do also think that as we look at finances coming in the future, it's gonna get tighter and tighter. I mean, our budgeting this year is gonna be really tight.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, we're supposed to be debating whether or not we're gonna postpone, not the issue itself.
So to say,
Supervisor McKee?
I think we should postpone it indefinitely. We decide what we want to do.
Okay. Supervisor Kramer?
I will second that.
Okay. Supervisor Frank?
Postponing this indefinitely means that we're doing exactly what the townships have done.
Oh.
Been quiet and done nothing. We're the county board. We're here to make decisions. We're here to help. We're here to drive. If we don't at least set a date for what's going on, what do these people expect from us? Nothing? We can do better than that. I would not agree with postponing it permanently. We need to set a date. We need to set a time if we're going to move forward, if we're going to make a referendum decision, if we're going to make a taxing decision. We need to make decisions, not let this hang out.
I think that topic for debate is up for this floor body right now. I just hope that may be rescinded here. A postponement, just to have that debate for a little.
Well, we have, the motion is postponed to the next county board meeting.
Correct.
And that's been second. We're in the discussion phase.
I know it, but it could be rescinded.
Yes, it could.
And it could be voted down also.
Yes, absolutely. Call for the vote.
If there's no discussion anymore, then
Supervisor McKee?
If we're looking into needing a CMS district, we're not gonna have any answers.
Referring back to the proposal that I was talking about, no, we're not gonna have answers by the next board meeting. It was up until 2028 and it's 2026 at this point in time. So there would be a lot of time for committee on committees to create a committee and then further explore that.
Okay, postpone it until 2028.
I already have a motion on.
Supervisor Nolan?
Before I enter into, this is my first term, as many of you.
Lucky you.
Before I enter into a contract with anybody, whether it's roofing, plumbing, electrical, whatever, my I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. Some of this information I'm just seeing this evening, and I'm not comfortable with appointing any service at this time. What I propose we do is set up a referendum that our constituents can vote on in November. And then we take it up after that.
So we have a motion on the floor and it's seconded. There's talk about this referendum. Attorney Phillips, is this an appropriate time for you to opine on a referendum, how that question would work?
So,
and then, or how a district is created for EMS? Is this the right time for that one, or is that two separate things?
I don't know, but I can go. And so, the referendum question, the law was changed in 2023. in that legislative session, and they amended 59.52 sub 25 of the statutes to take away our ability to issue an advisory referendum. No longer can we go to the voters and just ask for an opinion. We have to have what's called a contingent resolution adopted, contingent upon the approval of the electors. So if it is this body's desire to have a referendum on the question of how service is going to be provided for EMS, we need to have a resolution that this body adopts contingent upon approval by the electors. And so I would respectfully suggest that if that's the direction this body wants to take, that you direct administrator, board chair, and corporation counsel to present a resolution to this board for consideration at the next meeting to be placed on the ballot in November.
What's our timeline for that? I know there's November election, but there's timelines that have to meet to get that in place in time.
It's August. I don't have the exact date. It's August. It's 78 days if I remember off the top of my head. Because you're right, there are all sorts of notices that have to be published and so on.
Senator Kieski?
Just to clarify, that can't be an advisory one, it has to be a
Correct.
binding one.
It has to be a binding, meaning that the resolution takes effect if the electors approve. The resolution is defeated if the electors do not approve. You're right, it's not advisory.
And that is my point. It needs to be binding, and that's the whole purpose of it. I'm not looking for an opinion, I'm looking for the county's answer to the question, right? That's the whole reason for this. Otherwise, we can sort this out, our arm wrestle for it or whatever we want to do.
Tricia?
What's the question? Like, what is the question that we're going to be asking?
But I think the question I have is, do we want to continue with the county-run EMS? Or do we want to go to a privately ran EMS?
What about a district?
Well, if you want to go with a county-ran district, or a privately ran district, whichever way you want to word that is fine. The problem I have with creating a district is we haven't talked to any of the people that are in that district. The JAC was that district. We dissolved the JAC. JAC is who is that district. They're sitting in this room. I see some of them. I know who they are. And I would be on that.
I just got a question here, Mr. Coy. Does this fall under the purview of what that motion was that we're talking about?
The motion to postpone, you can go to the merits of the question that is looking to be postponed. Technically, you can. So this is borderline formation of a district in the resolution, but I think we got the discussion.
Mr. Coy was finished up. I just wanted to make sure.
My point is if we never created a district before because it's evident we didn't want a district. But if that's what we want to do, I support either way, but we need to ask the people that vote in this county what is the best direction for the county.
If I could, Mr. Chair, real quick, I just wanted, again, we would have to select one, put that in a resolution, and it's a yes or no binary choice on the ballot. I just want to make that clear. It's not like we can ask the voters A through D.
Understood.
Supervisor Welty?
I don't believe it's within our authority for the county board to force the formation of a district. I think, in my opinion, we could send notification that we're no longer going to be providing the service. And what the municipalities and the other entities that are using the ambulance service choose to do. It may be that they'll form a district. I don't think we can force them to.
Supervisor Carroll?
Maybe it's two referendums. No, what I was gonna say was, we're coming up on budget cycles. We have staff that's being held in the lurch. And I'm just starting to feel like this is gonna have to go out at least a year in order to get this done right. To your concern, it's going fast and haven't read things as much as we would want. So I'm just saying, maybe we need to stretch it out another year.
Steve?
You remember back in May when I said that? the first meeting we had in May, I suggested that we continue one more year the way we were before we implemented the tax or voted on the tax. But anyway.
Wisconsin statutes 60.565 ambulance service. The town shall contract or operate and maintain ambulance services unless such services are provided by another person. Why are we doing the township's work? Why are we going to a referendum for the township? I don't have any, we need to work together. I'm fine with that. But we're arguing here for hours on something the township should be doing. They've had time to create a district if they wanted to. It was disbanded. There was nothing stopping them from getting together and saying, hey, let's get together and talk. But could any of them called each other and done that? They could have. Have they?
Can I
think so.
rebuttal back,
Please.
Attorney, with
I'd like to hear the rebuttal.
Mr. Frank on his comment?
Make comment on the pending motion. It's not about, how about that? So I just want to, phraseology is important, so go ahead and speak.
I'd love to hear your side.
I just want to make notion that the Joint Ambulance Committee did discuss having a district, and they did go to that direction. And 2 county boards ago, not this one, not the last one, and the one before, it was the one before, they did discuss going to a district or formation of a district and having all the players at the table. And at that time, they actually wanted to go with the provider that did provide us our RFP, was it RFP called or whatever? Dana Seckler, that group. And the county board at that time said, no, we don't want to spend $20,000, $30,000 on this study to be done to go towards that. Okay, so they didn't. The county board did that 2 county boards ago. The Joint Ambulance Committee at that time then said, okay, let's look at this and let's do it ourselves. And they did discuss that. They did. I was the vice chair of that for a majority of the time since its inception, since 2014. I got elected to the county board in 2016, and then by 2018, I was appointed to that committee by the then chair, Janetta Kirkpatrick. And Mark Cooey was the other person because it was the chair and the vice chair at that time. And Mark and I were both not chair and vice chair, but we were appointed by those to be on that committee. But during that time, 2 sessions ago, we did discuss formation of a district, and it was talked about. What come about that was that there's going to be some costs that are with the district, that such as like HR, human resources, and accounting, and your billing officer, and counsel that you're going to need to have all that stuff. And that's going to be at a cost that the county already had and could absorb mutually within that stuff. And so they chose to do that. And they presented that to the county board. And that county board said, okay, we understand. So I hear this multiple times that they've had 17 years to go to a district. They did talk about it. Mr. McGraw, were you the chair of that committee?
Well, yes.
Ms. Welty was on that committee also, but she was not part of that discussion. And Mr. McGraw?
Well, what you said is true. The other fact is that the townships, well, let's start. The EMS, as has been amply talked about by the financial person here in the county, when we switched models and moved towards a full-time professional staff, so to speak, that's when the finances started going down. That's the cause of it, amongst others. The townships, well, the participating municipalities don't have the ability to raise the revenue to actually do what's required.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't. We don't have the ability to raise the revenue.
If you form a district,
You
can
do not.
tax the district. That's the new law that just came in this year.
But everyone has to agree on it. Every member of the district. Is that right?
So let me back up. Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, and then Supervisor Turk, I'll grant you some time.
When we talk about a district, an EMS district is referenced as an entity formed under 66.0301 of the statutes, which is intergovernmental cooperation. A district, or as 660301 uses the term, commission, can decide how to administer an intergovernmental agreement. And so any assessment that the district authorizes to the participating municipalities is eligible to be above the levy limit. That's in very simple terms. How it's apportioned, how that's done is a matter for the agreement among the participating entities. Do all of them have to agree every year? Not if the agreement says you just need majority vote, but then a municipality is probably going to say, well, I'm out. I don't want to do this anymore. That's the risk. So it's not as though we have a true blueprint for this is exactly how a district, an EMS district, operates. You do have some flexibility internal to that agreement to define some of those things.
Supervisor Turk.
More recently, after we started meeting with the municipalities and talking about a plan for 2027, they came back with a very strong unanimous recommendation that was not in favor of doing a district. They, in fact, were quite clear that they thought the county should run it. Am I remembering correctly, Administrator Clements?
Yeah. Correct.
So that to me is a more recent indicator of the interest level of those affected municipalities.
Supervisor Engel.
So that's why I wonder, in response to that, whether or not the county says, look, after this certain date, we will no longer provide this service. But we're not forcing people into a district. We're providing them the option to explore that and a time frame to do that. Because I can't see in the future how difficult it would be to maintain a county-run service. But if we give people the option, then they can choose. In the townships, because and I'm going to say this and probably get in trouble for it, but a lot of townships have people that have been in there for years, and change is hard.
Supervisor Perry.
I would like to rescind my motion to, in lieu of another motion, to postpone.
Taking Attorney Phillips' advice, which this is why we have an attorney here at our board meetings, is for such instances. So he says that we do have to vote your motion down in order to allow your new motion to come in.
Okay.
So the current motion right now, Clerk Peggy, is postpone.
Table it till next meeting.
Postpone to the next meeting.
Postpone to the next.
So the motion on the floor was to postpone resolution number 2634 to the next county board meeting. Are there any other discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those in favor of saving or not of approving this motion, say no.
No.
The motion carries as no. So the floor is back open now with the current resolution 26-34. Mr. Phillips, did you want to talk about EMS district, or could you? Or
I could. Just to elaborate a bit on what I discussed earlier on the formation of this district. In reality, there's a lot of flexibility granted in what that district would look like. There is also flexibility on the part of the county in terms of the support provided to that district. My only point is that the county has no legal obligation to provide the service. That's been noted. The towns do. Cities and villages do not. It's a weird setup that our legislature has given us, and when I say us, I mean all residents of the county. I've heard from a lot of discussion about what's fair, what's equitable. That's up to you all to decide. I will say that in the district that we were looking at, I was involved in the discussions last year, that having the district raise those funds to provide a service to their residents, they would purchase that service from the county. That was equitable because it was the people who were receiving the service that were taxed. And that's fine. If you move to a countywide system, it becomes a little more difficult because you have to decide on revenue share. You have to decide on secondary or even tertiary service that's provided to some of those residents. And there is no standard definition of what is or is not a countywide EMS service. Why is that important? Because we are granted the privilege as counties of being able to tax above our levy limit if it's for countywide EMS. So that consideration is important. Compounding, what I think is part of the challenge here, is that if, let's just assume for a moment, a district is formed by 12 municipal entities, may or may not include the county. District provides EMS under that model. There is an innovation grant that's available for those municipal entities to seek funding assistance from the state of Wisconsin to provide that level of service. I don't know all of the ins and outs about what is may or may not be considered under that district model, but I do think that that's an important consideration given that we are talking about funding and taxpayer investment in this service. So I don't know if that answers all of the questions about the district, but realistically, this is a situation where if this board decides to move forward, it could offer assistance to the municipal entities in forming that district and coming up with a plan for provision of EMS to the residents within that district, utilizing either the county service, that would be one option, or using a service, and again, it would depend upon the appetite, so to speak, of the private sector, using that service. That's up to the district, but the county can assist the municipalities in that process.
County can assist the municipalities in that process. Understood. We have resolution number 26-34. On the table right now.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Welty?
So under a situation where the county would notice aren't townships, towns that are receiving ambulance service, notice of an end date is perhaps a nudge or some motivation or a burning platform to get this going forward. So we provide a notice for that. The concern that I have is if a district is not formed, then where do
My thought process is on this is we've officially told those municipal providers that have a statutory obligation that we're gonna end service here. And if they don't, that's on them and they're legally bound by that. However, I don't think we're gonna be cold-hearted if something doesn't happen. But that's where I wanna come in as a county because I don't want them to say they can't decide to not do nothing. I think the county needs to help foster that relationship and be like the parent of an 18-year-old that just graduated and is going off to college. You give them some money, like make sure that they're doing good and getting strong on their feet and be able to go. That's I think where we gotta be. And I think that we need to foster that as a county to help them. And I think if we can see forward movement on that, it's fine. If we get 7 months down the road and we're seeing nothing and we're trying our best effort, then I think it goes back out to the public and you let them know that, hey, there is no movement on these municipalities and you let the public scrutinize those people in those municipalities. And I think that they do have a good option because there's already the Richland Fire District that is already formed. They just need to figure out how EMS can be a part of that. Supervisor Tate Petrie?
I was thinking the same thing. There's already an entity there. They just need to add in the next part in. And fire does depend on EMS in some ways in case they need that service provided and it's already there.
Art?
And Andrew's question to you. So, city of Richland Center,
can they levy for that tax if they're part of that district?
Yes.
That's the question, right? Because they're the biggest stakeholder in this, and if they can't levy, then they're not gonna be a part, you know what I'm saying? They don't have to do anything. That's the other weird thing about that. The town of Orion, we gotta do this, but the city that's got 5,000 people and it doesn't have.
So talking as a county supervisor now from District 16, I think that the city is the other biggest municipal provider of that district and has options, just like what we do here at the county with HR, accounting, billing, council, corporation council, that they could absorb that stuff. And when we talked about this as a county, going back to Mr. Frank, you know, when we talked about this 2 county boards ago, when we talked about this, we did not have a funding source out there that we are just done now. That was not there. And the reason why the Joint Ambulance Committee had a say in how the ambulance functioned was because prior to that 2 county boards ago, so when we maybe go back 3 county boards ago, they said, hey, we want to run a district, but we don't know if we can actually fully run it. But we would like to run it ourselves to see if we could run that and stay in the black with it. But we would like you, the county, to help it. If we failed, you would be there to help us up. And so that's why they had that decision, because in the county board at that time had a resolution and said, yes, we agree with you. We will let you run the ambulance service, knowing that, yes, if you make a major decision, we can out-trump you at any time because it is our thing. But we're going to let you run your own finances and do that and stay in the black. And that's where that started from. And so that Joint Ambulance Committee did run that ambulance service and kept it in the black because we allowed them, because they were exploring creating a district at that time. Mr.
I
McGraw?
just have one, this is a clarifying question. So when the hypothetical district is consisting of willing municipalities is formed, the individual municipalities are allowed to raise additional revenue without penalty.
They can levy above their limit for any assessment emanating from that district to them.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Turk.
It's June of 2026. And the clock is ticking on budgets, and we have municipalities and our own staff in EMS who've been wondering for a year and a half or longer what the hell we're doing. I think we need to make a decision and make a commitment to whatever that decision is for a period of at least 2 years, maybe longer than that even. And if other consideration happens in the background of that district, whatever it is, okay, fine. But we need to make a commitment to not just the staff and our municipalities, but our citizens that, okay, this is going to be taken care of for this time period. We already agreed we're going to tax the whole county to do it. Let's support our EMS, let's support the surrounding EMSs and say, okay, we'll keep doing this for whatever period that is. And we could amend this resolution to specify a period.
Okay.
So
Supervisor Engel?
I'll offer this motion. The county will continue with the Richland EMS until April 2028, while the district is explored.
So there's a motion on the floor. I assume that might go, that would probably be number 4 on this. Therefore, if be resolved, would that be a number 4? What was the wording that you said?
Well, I said the county will continue to operate with Richland EMS. And then I put a target date on it.
Of April of 2028?
April 2028, with the election in mind, and knowing that it might put a fire under people if they can decide.
I'll second that.
Because it's ultimately not our decision about the service. But yet, there are people.
Supervisor McKee seconds that motion. Clerk Haggy, did you have the wording for that?
Is that a motion or an amendment?
It's an amendment.
Because we're speaking about
to amend the resolution.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'm just wondering if the motion includes that, I mean, because this resolution needs to be amended to be adopted anyways, because it's choices. So, again, subject to what the maker of the motion would suggest, I would say strike anywhere it says enter provider here or name a provider, that's stricken. So we would talk about county, it would be the Richland Ambulance Service, but then we would put an expiration on that as beginning on January 2027, ending on March 31, 2028. Is that right?
April, March, yeah.
Respectfully, I would put a date.
I would just think of the April 28th, because it might create a fire.
Why wouldn't you do January 1st so they have a start of a year? Why start in the middle of a quarter?
I think that his opinion was that this is the end of our county board term.
So what? It's more important for them to get their job done.
January 28th.
Or the 31st.
Is that a suggested amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. I would suggest an amendment to that amendment that we change the date to December 31st, 2027.
I'll second that.
So we have an amendment that was made by Supervisor Engel for the county, would run the ambulance service and facilitate a district? Is that what it was?
I think that it was just more or less amending the resolution would
Okay.
not necessarily speak to this district concept, right?
Okay, amending this resolution and then striking enter the provider here, correct?
Correct. Striking that, so it would be county, the Richland Ambulance Service would be providing the service. And that the end date, I think in the original motion was April of 2028.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that was seconded, and now we have an
Now
amendment
there's an amendment by Supervisor Frank.
to change April of 28 to December 31, 2027.
2028.
2028.
Well, 2020, I thought it was
I thought it
2027.
was 2028.
27.
Oh, then I don't second.
Because it was April of 28. We're just backing it up 3 months.
That's only a year.
Yeah.
So it's what's the difference between a year and year and 3 months?
I think you're looking at
I rescind my second to that, not knowing about the
the
year.
board. That way the public has a, can say, do you support? I've already had a lot of emails supporting the county here and a lot of phone calls.
I mean, realistically,
Supervisor Conlon.
we are the constituents, or people are our constituents, and they are supportive of a local EMS.
Yes.
That's the majority of what I've received in my district. So I don't think waiting, or I think 2 years would be adequate.
Dave?
I just want to be clear, I was under the impression that Supervisor Frank's motion was to the end of 2028.
I thought so too.
So I would rescind my second if it's only to 2027.
Barbara, did you have a question?
If it's rescinded, it's a mute point, but please remember, I've been in this position for a year, because how are you going to advertise for a good director if you have a 1-year job?
That's a big consideration.
Please take that into consideration. If you want to get a highly qualified individual and their term of employment is 1 year, that's going to be a challenge.
I think what the intention of the board though is that the municipalities will take over. So that the service doesn't necessarily go away, but it transitions from the responsibility of the county to the responsibilities of the district.
But how does that look for county employees, the employees? What's gonna be happening to them if it goes to a district? Still county run?
That would be decided in those talks. In my opinion, that creation of that committee to foster the formation of a district, that would all be discussed in there. Because they are creating a separate entity, and they would need to have employees, and they would have to go through the same processes any other business would, but
That is not what we're, point of order as well.
correct.
No, if I could, Mr. Chair, though, I just want to clarify that the county can be a part of the intergovernmental agreement creating the district, and theoretically, the county could be employer of record, and theoretically, the county could provide additional services. So I just don't want anybody to think that the district is somehow a separate legal entity. It's not. It's an intergovernmental agreement comprised of municipal entities that are participating. I just want to make that clear.
Interesting. Sure.
In lieu of Supervisor Frank's previous motion, I would move to amend Larry's motion to make the end date December 31st, 2028.
Okay. So we had a motion on the floor from Supervisor Engel, seconded by Mr. McKee. And then we now have an amendment by Supervisor Turk to make the end date of instead of April of 2028 to December 31st of 2028.
Yes.
Second.
And then was seconded by Engel, Supervisor Engel. Is there any discussion on that amendment to our current resolution that's been moved? 26-34. Resolution 26-34. There's a motion and amendment. We're just gonna take a vote on the amendment.
Just personal opinion, I think that's way too far out. We started with April, now we're going to December. We've already extended this project at least once, if not twice. If we don't put some heat in this, I'll be voting against this. There's a minimum April, but to go to December and give them another 10 months or 8 months, whatever, I think is too much.
Supervisor Turk?
With respect to that, I think it's a combination of creating some certainty for existing structures while still putting a deadline out there that will drive something different to happen and give enough time for that different thing to happen, not driven artificially by an election that's happening or whatever, but by the end of the year.
Understood.
Mr. Chair,
Good.
how long does it take to create a district?
If everybody agrees and likes the first draft of a contract, a month, but that's not going to happen.
I agree. The question is, does it take 10 months to get to that point where you don't agree? Or can you do it, like I said, relatively quick? Because the next part is the rest of us that are in that have to get together and get that done. And I remember we brought that up one other time and nothing happened, so maybe this will force something.
Again, I don't want to offer opinion on this, but I think there are several considerations dealing with levy limits and innovation grants that are worthy of consideration, which complicate the discussions.
Agreed.
We're on the amendment motion. Is there any last discussion on that? All right, I'm gonna call for a vote on the amended motion, which is from Supervisor Turk to extend the date from April of 28 to December 31st, 28, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we did get a second by Supervisor Engel. All those in favor on the amended motion for moving the date, not the actual resolution, but the amended motion to the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Chair rules that there is a majority voice vote on the amendment. And it carries. So now we're talking about the resolution 26-34 that has been amended with the amendment that was just made of end date of April, or not April, sorry, December 31st of 2028. Up for discussion. So what's the current resolution? How does that read right now?
Okay, so procedurally, it's an amendment to the resolution that is on the floor. The amendment to the resolution strikes out name of provider wherever you see it on the resolution and inserts an end date for county Richland ambulance service providing the service. It puts an end date of December 31, 2028. That amendment to this resolution is on the floor.
And that was the amendment that
The question is
Supervisor.
I don't take him for the crowd. She's a senator.
Senator Kieski?
You don't have to call me just because I'm a senator, I just was trying to have a clarifying question. Can the district be created then before you are done with the services at the end of that year? So you can, so that's when you're saying, we are definitely done. They can create this entity before that. Okay, got it. I think that.
I would hope so. That's my envision. I think that's the vision of the county. I can speak on behalf.
Mr. Chair, if I could also clarify, we're gonna need a contract for 2027 and 2028. So the municipalities could all say, we don't want to contract with you anymore. They could.
That's true. That's true.
So I just want to make clear that there is a lot on the municipalities, so these discussions should start sooner rather than later.
And we're just saying to them that we're still here for to fund EMS, but we're here to foster your creation of your legal statutory responsibility. And we're gonna be the parent here. So.
Well, they just need to send someone from the township to these meetings. Instead of just sitting back and waiting. You know,
Leadership.
They gotta get involved.
It's leadership, correct. Nope. Are we ready for,
I was
Darlene?
gonna mention, I like the idea of the letter and getting it started, because then there's a beginning also. This is what we're asking to have take place.
Mark?
So the second thing is, we're gonna have to send a contract to every municipality and say, we're gonna contract you for 27, 28 to make sure that goes forward. Now, my other question is county funding that, or are we paying like we did last?
Tax levy?
The
resolution says tax levy.
Last year paid $2,500 for town of Oregon. Am I paying that this year, or is the tax levy covered?
In my mind, the tax levy is covering it because that's what you want
We already
to.
Okay, that'll make it easier for the township to agree to do this.
Oh, I see, so we're not gonna do a contract. We have a contract, but it's not gonna require financial contribution. Got it.
Yeah. Bob?
Thank you. I guess I would be interested in seeing some target dates, goals set in
Yes.
this next 18, 2 years, whatever period it's going to be. And I think those targets should be on a routine of at minimum of 3 months. We should have reports back. I think the first one should come out on September 1st, and that should be a schedule of meetings. I think the next one should come out on December 1st of this year. And that's the creation of a township organization, so they have a plan and we know what it is. I would say by March 1st, they should have a rough budget. I would say by June 1st, they should be able to look at possibly hiring a director, have a budget, have this plan put together, this district plan put together, and build it out from there. But every 3 months, we need to have some report coming back so we know what's going on, and anything missed should be a check off.
To your point right now, I thought that could be a talk of committee on committees. When they form this committee.
As long as the
they have
resolution
that.
allows that, and we can set those guidelines.
And that's up to our purview when we create that and ask them to come in. And that puts it on county leadership then to make sure that they meet those target dates.
It puts on the township to meet and report. back
Well,
out.
to have that service, because we've set a deadline. And then those are those target dates that committee on committees has set. And then it puts it on the leadership of that committee to make sure that they're meeting those dates. And if they don't, we're done at 2028.
We're done earlier than that if that happens.
Yeah, correct. Turk?
With respect to that, we can pass this resolution first to establish that we're gonna commit to doing 2 years.
That's why I thought.
And do a subsequent resolution at a future meeting to address planning for the future and direction and things like that.
That was my thought, and I appreciate Supervisor Frank's thing. That was my vision.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a resolution on the floor right now. An amendment to the resolution, 26-34. Anybody need to hear the resolution or the amendment to the resolution? All those in favor of the amendment to the resolution, we will still have to take a vote on the actual resolution now. This is just on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Chair declares that it's a majority vote by voice and motion carries. Moving on to resolution number 26-34, which is still agenda item number 10, with the amended motion for EMS. Clerk, would you be able to read the amended resolution?
I am going to actually request some assistance from the attorney on that one.
Attorney Phillips would like to read that, and I just wanna be correct with this because sorry for this meeting being long, but we're all passionate about it. County boards used to go to 11 o'clock. I remember 10 years ago, we did that. We used to meet at 7 p.m. at night, stay till 10. I heard that Ithaca School District was until 1 p.m. at their board meeting here a while ago.
You should get your clock regular, then you know what time.
Work regular hours.
I don't want to advance further until we got clarification on this resolution so everybody knows.
Just tell people. Yeah.
Could I ask a question while I'm looking that up?
Mr. Niemeyer?
Like you say, 2 or 3 county boards before, the JAC came and said, we would like to start a district.
Yes.
At that time, the county board says, nope, we're gonna take care of it, we don't want you guys. So is the county board gonna work with the JAC or the townships this time, or is it gonna be the same thing, beating their head against the wall?
I'm gonna personally talk to you, is not as the chairperson, but I guess as a supervisor from District 16 that I
There you
know I
go.
represent with you.
Yeah.
I would envision that the county board would wanna do that.
I would hope so.
I'm not gonna speak on behalf of the county board at this moment right now until.
Thank you.
Alright,
Question. Does anybody talk to Barb whether she is gonna be able to be on that long? I know she doesn't.
so the Richland County has advertisement now for a service director. Attorney Phillips? Alright, Clerk Haggy, so everybody, this is the resolution 26-34 as amended that you will be voting on here in just a little bit.
Now therefore be it resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors that 1, the administrator, county board chair, county clerk, and other officers and agents of the county are directed and authorized to take action necessary for Richland County Ambulance to provide EMS to the area serviced by Richland County Ambulance Service beginning January 1st, 2027, ending on December 31st, 2028, and otherwise considered countywide EMS consistent with the terms and conditions contained within Richland County, Richland Ambulance Services proposal contained within the response to the RFP process. 2, the administrator, county board chair, county clerk, and other officers and agents of the county are directed and authorized to take any and all action necessary to ensure funds the county pays in relation to the county's operation of the Richland Ambulance Service are able to be levied outside the county's levy limit. 3, the administrator, county board chair, county clerk, and all other officers and agents of the county are hereby directed and authorized to take any and all such other and further actions necessary to actuate the intent of this resolution. And then be it further resolved, this resolution is effective on passage of publication.
Alright, supervisors, are you clear on understanding this resolution right now as amended?
We're not committing to any company here, right?
This is correct.
It's an EMS, we're committed to it.
Yeah, Richland County EMS.
It's status quo. As it has been.
Supervisors, any more questions? As you heard that, do you understand what this resolution is? All right, is there any discussion? Supervisor Schoonover?
The district that we are trying to form will be a county-wide district.
It's up to the district. It's up to the district.
Just keep it just for the townships that we provide service to.
So how are we,
I would envision that a letter would be sent out to all municipalities stating our intent of wanting to cease ambulance service operations in 2028. That we are interested in helping those municipalities foster and create a district, and those municipalities that want to participate in such an endeavor may join. But if the ones, I don't wanna see the Viola ambulances that cover, the northern half and Casanova ambulance, and I don't expect them to, but the opportunity's there if they wanted to. And then once they come and we create that meeting, or have that meeting, and they respond back to that letter, then that's where we're gonna start having discussions and drawing those lines on where that district service will be.
And as part of that, there'd be open public sessions for the general public as we move forward.
One comment.
Steve?
One example, Randy,
Williamson.
Town of Eagle, a little bit of it is covered by Richland EMS. They could petition to go to some to Muscatine by Dorothy and some to Blue River. So the district may not be as big as what they're serving right now.
Correct.
But that's why we're taking time. Hopefully they're gonna form it. If not, then it'll be up to them.
We're helping them. Any other discussion now? So what I've heard is that you've had no questions on the resolution and that you've understood that. I've opened it up for questions. I'm gonna do it now for the amended resolution now. Is there any more questions? Discussions? I'm gonna call for a vote now on resolution 26-34 as amended and read by Clerk Hagan.
Request a roll call vote, Mr. Chair.
Understood. So we're gonna do a roll call vote, Clerk Hagan.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, a yes vote would be for the resolution and a no vote would be against the resolution, correct?
In my opinion, that would be correct. Yes would be for resolution 26-34 as amended. No would be no, I do not support resolution 26 or 26-34 as amended.
Nolan,
Yes.
Perry,
Yes.
Collins Johnson,
Yes.
Turk,
Aye.
Waldsmith Hagley Pietra,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
Severson,
Aye. Yes.
Williamson,
Yes.
Cooey,
Yes.
Wire. Caro,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Schoonover,
Yes.
Kramer,
Yes.
Ritchie,
Yes.
Engel,
Yes.
Meyer,
Yes.
Welty,
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
You have a unanimous vote of those present, sir.
So with the count, it looks like we do have the majority vote to have resolution 26-34 passed and carried. We ended that. Do supervisors, do you need to have a break and want to go to the bathroom or anything, or do you want to continue on? Supervisor Nolan?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Supervisor Nolan would like a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Have everybody take their seats in County Board of Supervisors. We're gonna reconvene from this break. I just want to, should I make a roll to make sure that every supervisor is present, that we have a quorum after that break? I do see some empty seats. Or can I just make a judgment call, saying that I do see everybody here? Attorney Phillips?
That's up to the clerk as to
Oh.
whether she is able to make sure that you've got people. I'm sorry,
I just want to make sure that we do have a quorum.
there's a quorum. If that's the concern, Mr. Chair, there's a quorum.
We have a quorum, all right.
Clerk can note who's not here.
So now we're gonna move on to resolution number 12, is it? 10. Resolution number 10.
Hey,
No.
I need to ask you this information, but you skipped number 9, it's on the actual agenda.
Farmland preservation.
The
We should pick
State
up
report,
number 9
that's
on
what
the
Natalie's
original.
report.
Okay, so we're at resolution number 11 right now, which is Richland County Farmland Preservation Plan
Yes.
Presentation. Okay.
Yes.
Agenda.
Hello, everyone.
Great.
My name is Natalie Straight. I'm with the Southwestern Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. We are working with staff here at the county to update the county's farmland preservation plan. And I will run through I want to provide you with all the information that you need, but I will kind of flip through this relatively quickly to keep us moving, but feel free to stop me with any questions or comments as we run through. This tonight is primarily informational. I have been working with staff and with the Natural Resources Committee, and I will be bringing a draft of this plan to this body later in the summer. So I wanted to make sure that we're in this room had an understanding of what that document was and kind of the background on it before receiving. So that's the main reason I'm here today, is to keep you all apprised of what's happening with this plan. So just a quick overview. Farmland preservation planning is intended to establish a local vision for agriculture and preservation, and generally be a mechanism to protect agricultural lands into the future. Specifically, farmland preservation, the development of a farmland preservation plan by a county allows for three main things, and that's the creation of agricultural enterprise areas, which I can talk about later, the implementation of farmland zoning, and the mechanism, it's part of the mechanism for enabling the farmland preservation tax. By itself, the plan is not zoning and is not the only thing that's needed for those tax credits, but it is an essential component for that first step. And then Kathy and her team will take on kind of over, once this plan is completed, to implement the zoning and other kind of components that are connected to this. And then there's also the component that is a farmer's responsibility in order to claim for farmers. So just a quick timeline, these plans are required by the Department of Agriculture debt cap to be updated every 10 years, and the Richland County plan was last updated in 2016. So the plan is due to, the completed plan is due to debt cap for certification by the end of this year. The timeline for the county to fully adopt the plan is not bound by that. So we have a couple of additional months after the certification at the end of this year to adopt it at the county level. That's why that early 2027 is there. But bringing this information to you now, and then like I said, I've been working with the Natural Resources Committee, with Richland Resilience Group, and with staff, as well as the towns, over the last several months to kind of kick off the project, share information, and get feedback on the mapping portion and the goals. And then once the final draft is, once the draft is complete, that will be brought to those same bodies that you all board works. So can go ahead and skip this one. You've got the pages in your packet that give some background on the timeline and everything. Wanted to talk briefly about the mapping portion of this, because that is the thing that will then kind of translate into zoning and show which physical locations can be part of that farmland preservation. So just do not need to know the specifics of this if you don't want to. This is just this table shows sort of the information that we are basing those decisions on. So an important component of this process is that it has to be based on a unbiased analysis. So it is using data, layering data to determine which portions of land have the most value in being retained as farmlands, and making sure that we have a real or information-backed rationale for why different lands are being marked as potential farmland preservation land versus continue. So this is what the current farmland preservation land looks like for the county. This is off that website, so all the light blue is the county zone land that is in farmland conservation, and the dark blue are the town zone areas that are eligible for farmland conservation, and the unshaded areas are either the unzoned towns or lands that are not eligible for farmland. So we are updating that layer. We're taking that data and anything that's already in kind of stays in, and then we're updating and adding based on this new set of data that we have. And so we will be creating as regional planning, we're creating maps for all towns within the county. For locally zoned towns, we're able to share the data that we create with them if they plan to create their own farmland preservation plans. And for unzoned towns, if they choose, they're interested in doing an agricultural enterprise area, which I think there's data or there's information on what that is further along in your packet, but that's sort of the alternative to farmland preservation zoning for unzoned towns. They can use the mapping that you're doing as the basis for that proposal. So this is just what our analysis showed for the map that we ended up with. Continue, and this is our current proposed farmland preservation map. So each of the towns currently have a large-scale version of this, as well as a digital copy that they are either have reviewed or are in the process of reviewing and providing feedback. So there may be some adjustments to this map based on and then really the plan, in addition, the mapping is a really important large portion of the plan, but generally the intent of the plan is also to show the value of agriculture in the community. And one of the ways that we do that is showing all the different component systems of the county that are kind of connected to agriculture. Really, when we think about the things that agriculture needs to be successful, that's roadways, that's electricity, that's broadband, that's water. So looking at really most of the other systems of the county and how they play into our farmland and agricultural businesses, as well as kind of other big issues and kind of trends happening in the county that are going to influence agriculture in the region. So that's just a list of some of those kinds of trends that are going to be hit on in the plan. Wanted to just highlight some, as I've kind of doing the analysis for this plan, and highlight some high level information that we've identified. None of these pieces of information on their own are telling an incredibly dire story, and there's lines trending down of land and agriculture, and that's certainly a trend, but each it's really looking at them all together that we can see the bigger picture. So kind of keep moving on. We are seeing a overall loss of land in agriculture, but it's not a consistent decline. This is all based on the agricultural census, and the way farmers are reporting also may change some over time, and what is being asked to be reported. So there's a lot of variation in that. I think so. Some interesting things to point out with this. A big win for Richland County is internet access on farms. You can see that really dramatic increase for farms with internet access as of 2022, which is the most recent agricultural census, we're at 77%. And then, if you actually want to go back to the one right above that, another interesting thing, the age of operators we're seeing, again, not like a straight up kind of increase, but certainly an increase in age of operators. And these are just things that, we'll track with other kind of demographic data in the county to try to understand sort of what may happen with farmers and farmland as some operators reach out and as farms change hands. Yeah, overall, you're seeing so for total farms, you know, we are seeing a decline, but again, it's not just a line going down. We have a lot of change happening in that as there's some consolidation that's happening, and there's also some parceling off and creation of new farms. So just feel free to, you know, take a deeper look at any of that and let me know if you have any questions. But we'll continue to kind of dive into the data on that, and that will be a substantial kind of component of the draft plan when that's made available. So just some key things for those that are in farmland preservation areas. If you decide to claim the tax credit, the number of requirements, a big part of the reason for farmland preservation planning is to encourage farmers to participate in soil and water conservation practices. So farmers are required to meet certain standards and follow certain practices in order to qualify. And so one of the things we're looking at when we're doing mapping, for example, is what areas would benefit the most from those types of conservation. There changes depending on a lot of different components, but there's a lot of potential revenue in the farmland preservation program. You want to go to the next slide. The total credits claimed in 2024 was 575,000, and that is based on 59,000 total acres being part of what was claimed. I think when I was doing the calculations earlier today, there's around 340,000 acres of land in the county that, by our current maps, would be in that farmland preservation area. So it is not all of the potential tax credits are being utilized, and certainly there are reasons based on all the other eligibility requirements why not all farmers and farms may be eligible or may choose to apply. But there's definitely a degree of untapped revenue within that. This is about like 17% of that total eligibility. Yes, that's the highlights for you all. Any questions, comments from that?
Questions, comments, concerns for Natalie? Supervisor Williamson?
One,
Yes.
who polices if you fall outside of your farmland
If you fall outside of your farmland,
preservation credit? I mean, you claim, cause I'm doing soil samples, all that right now, and the North Branch and everything like that. So who is gonna basically police that? Kathy?
We would issue a certificate of compliance. And if you fall out of that, then we'd say you're out of compliance, bring it to the Natural Resources Committee, and they would say you're out of compliance, and then we'd issue a notice of non-compliance. And send it to the state, then it's like, at that point, you know, you're not eligible for credit. And we've done that.
Well, thank you all for your time. And I'll once we have the draft kind of completed and ready for you all, that will be.
Thank you.
Natalie, I remember going down to Platteville here like a few weeks back, and you mentioned when we introduced ourselves at Southwest Regional Planning Commission meeting. And you went around the room. We talked about, I guess, where our favorite spots were. You highlighted Richland County as one of your spots.
Well, so I live in the county. I live outside of town here. Yeah, Ash Creek.
So out of all this other thing, Natalie thought that Ash Creek Community Forest land that we have is one of her favorite spots. We're actually talking about that tonight. So.
Oh yeah, actually, I said my roommate was going to be very excited about the.
Yeah. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
We're moving on to agenda item number 12, which is resolution approving the 2027 capital improvement plan.
This would be resolution 26-27. Now therefore be resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors that the 2027 capital improvement plan is approved as presented, and be it further resolved, this resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage. This resolution is offered by the Executive and Finance Standing Committee on 26 May of 2026.
So we've heard the resolution. What is your pleasure? Motion by Supervisor Cooey, seconded by Supervisor Perry to approve resolution 26-7, our capital improvement plan for 2027. Any discussion? Supervisor Clements?
Leanna's
Or, sorry,
online.
sorry, Administrator Clements?
Hey everyone, back again. Yep, our CIP plan for 2027, we are looking to spend 1.9 million, so just about $2 million spread out as you see it there. 1.5 million to highway, which would include 500,000 for equipment and 1 million for road projects. And then MIS, 230,000 there, which is to do host and also to do Dell EMC replacements. They will be adding that money to their current money for 2026. That'll give them all the money that they need to complete those projects. And then sheriff, 260,000 to buy cruisers and also a metal detector. And then you also see 2028 and 29 there because we started to fill in some of those years as well, so we can kind of keep it on a plan and keep it relatively, a similar amount. It has increased from last year, so before anybody asks, it was just a little above $1 million for 2026, but we are increasing it again for 2027 to again help give highways some much needed assistance and get some MIS projects done, and to continue on the sheriff's plan for his auto rotations. Any questions?
Supervisors? Are we ready for a vote on our capital improvement plan for 2027? All right. All those in favor of approving resolution 26-27, which is our capital improvement plan for 2027? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 13, a resolution approving merging the Children's Community Options Program Advisory Committee with Comprehensive Community Services Coordinating Committee and the new committee membership recommendations.
This would be resolution number 26-28. Now therefore be it resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors that approval is hereby granted for the merging of the Children's Community Options Program CCOP Advisory Committee with the Comprehensive Community Services CCS Coordinating Committee and the new committee membership recommendations. Be it further resolved that this resolution should be effective immediately upon passage and publication. This resolution is offered by the Executive and Finance Standing Committee on 26 May of 2026.
Okay. So you've heard the resolution. What is your pleasure? Supervisor McKee, motions, and Supervisor Kramer, seconds. Do we have a background? Stephanie?
Pretty short and sweet background. So I'm from Health and Human Services, and a few of our programs are required to have committees, sort of kind of keep an eye on some of the programming. We had a coordinated services team committee that was mixed with the CCOP, but we don't do CST anymore. So we approached the CCS coordinating committee to combine. And so we're just combining CCOP with CCS. So it's just a change in the name of the committee and the programs that they oversee. And then we're also these certain memberships on the committee. So we're just adding that all at the same time to get those approved.
So we've heard the background. Is there any discussion? Supervisor Caro.
Just briefly, I was wondering why we opted out of the CST.
The
Stephanie?
CST program. Historically, we did not have a lot of what's the word I'm looking for?
Participation.
Participation, thank you. Word client, we didn't have a lot of clients, but that's not, there wasn't a lot of participation, and it is a program that has a match with it. And so for 2026, while we were creating the 2026 budget, decided that just it's a program that needed to go, but we're still serving individuals through CCS as well, so.
Anything else from supervisors? Any comments, concerns? So you heard the resolution in the background. I'm gonna call for a vote on resolution number 26-28. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 14, a resolution designating the highway commissioner to serve as backup county administrator as needed.
This would be resolution number 26-29. Now therefore be it resolved by the Richland County Board of Now therefore be it resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors approves the designation of the county highway commissioner to serve as the backup county administrator as needed. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall be effective upon passage and publication. This resolution is offered to you by the Executive and Finance Standing Committee on 26th May of 2026.
So we've heard the resolution. What's your pleasure? Supervisor Kramer moves to put it on the floor, seconded by Supervisor Frank. So designating the county highway commissioner serve as a backup county highway or backup county administrator. It's not all highway commissioners' duties to do this. However, leadership here has felt that the person that currently is in that position has held the administrator role before, understands how the county functions and operates. This is not for a long-term replacement. Let's say if the administrator were to be incapacitated, have a serious health issue, or is on vacation for an extended period of time and issues arise, we need somebody that we can go to help approve costs and expenditures and deal with employee issues as they come up. This is not to be for a long-term process. If in case that process does happen, where we do have to have an extended leave for an administrator, we do have consulting services that we work with that we would hire to come in to be our interim administrator during that time until the administrator could come back. So this is just to fill in as a temporary basis, so our administrator doesn't have to be on for 24/7 and can enjoy some family time or deal with a health issue and doesn't have to worry about her job, or sorry, the administrator's job. And I'm gonna turn it over to Tricia at this moment.
Yeah, and I agree with everything Chair Severson said. This is really just those times this week when I had vacation. My daughter had emergency surgery when Derek was here. For me to call somebody up and say, I can't be available today. If there is an emergency that arises, please take it over. They will not be doing things like hiring, firing, those really big picture things that I do. It's just to handle those fires that happen if I am unavailable.
And however, we have not defined, the county board has not defined what is a long-term that we would need to do to hire for, not hire, but to contract for an interim administrator. And that's something that's up for discussion. I wouldn't say for tonight, but at a later date. But right now, we do have it down that if the administrator is absent or wants to take a vacation or has a serious medical issue or wants to deal with a family-related issue, which they have every right to, just like you and I also do, we still have continuity of governance. So, Supervisor McKee.
Is Joss okay with this?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Any questions, comments, concerns? Tiffany, Supervisor Thompson?
One thing we had discussed in the executive finance is that doing the job description and going back to the administrator manual, page 2, number 2, job description. It's a requirement to have. It says that it is a requirement. Each position is required to have a written job description for that. And I know we had mentioned that I need to get with the administrator and she's not available till next week to through this. But as far as, again, putting a department head, and I do feel it is very adequate to have a job description because there is a lot of conflict of interest with having a department head in administrative position. If you read what the job abilities are, there's a lot of conflict of interest.
Understood.
Where, when I had mentioned before, having the finance director and the HR director coinciding with it, there are no conflicts of interest with that. And as far as the job description would go for that, the job description could stand as the county administrator. So that job description would already be there.
But then that's gonna mean more pay. If you put it in somebody's job description, when you do the reevaluation of job duties. Where I believe we're not paying you any more to fill in. We had the same thing at Southwest Tech. Somebody hit a gas line. President was gone. Who makes the decision to close school? Call off school. They didn't know. They didn't have anybody in place. Having somebody in place to be able to at least say, yay. Yeah, that's the only issue I would see with putting in a job description. Because now we're looking at the job descriptions every 3 years, job description, job duties. If you put more job description, more duties in there, it's gonna reflect it as more pay.
Supervisor Taylor Petrie?
I also would like to just, there's gotta be a protocol about what's considered long-term, short-term leaving, and that should also be in this document. And, cause then that protects her job too, you know? And the positions, jobs each at the same time. I think it's an incomplete resolution. And that's just my opinion.
I think at any point in time, this board, if I let Carrie know that I'm gonna be gone for a 2-week vacation, he has every ability to say, we need to call a special board meeting and we need to get an interim, somebody in here, and it shouldn't be Commissioner Holder. Or it can be, you know, so that's something that's fluid, that can happen at any point in time. I just really appreciate having somebody. I know the previous administrators, that was their biggest concern, and correct me if I'm wrong on those, for those who have been on the board, is being able to take a day off and not worry about this place. And that's all this is. It's not passing on my duties to him. It's for me to be able to take a day off and not have to worry about my phone running all day. And for somebody who knows what's going on. Josh has been with the county for a long time. This board has put him, or the previous board has put him in the role of leadership. Sometimes when you get brand new people that come in, they don't know the institutional knowledge, they don't know the ins and outs, they don't know the policies, procedures, all of those things well. So it's really difficult sometimes if you give it to a position versus a person.
I do think though, we do need to define the role of what Darlene's talking about, of what is that time frame and dates, and there should be clarity on that. But I think for now, I think this is fine to serve as that, but it should be brought back up for discussion, because I do think that we probably need to have some clarity on that issue that we did not discuss fully yet. We did discuss it in the executive of finance, but the supervisors have brought up something that we should relook at, and we have that purview to do that. So put that on your, you know, we talk about it.
Well, and Tiffany is gonna meet with the administrator, and I'm sure she would take that point well as part of it. Because then she was gonna report back to us, so we're good to go, I think.
All right.
Can I make a motion to table this until they have a meeting?
You have every ability to make that motion, yes. Ability's there for any supervisor to make a motion whether to accept this for tonight and say executive finance is gonna do it, or to not accept this, so.
Is that an official motion?
Yes.
Second.
Some discussion. I have a vacation this week, so does that mean the next 3 days that I'll be taking phone calls from department heads and answering their questions and needing to be available on my vacation days?
No.
So who's gonna
Have
be in
someone
charge?
in your office to take care of that.
I don't have somebody in my office. That's where I'm asking that it be appointed to be the highway commissioner, to be the one to do that.
Well, I don't understand why the former resolution was rescinded when we didn't have anything in place.
The former resolution was rescinded because it was Clerk Kalish, the county clerk Kalish.
But then the next clerk would take over the.
We didn't have the next clerk start till 2 weeks ago, and we have a clerk now who may or may not want to do it, but also doesn't have the institutional knowledge, the workings, the understandings of.
And per statute
how-
doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Right.
He's an elected official. See, that was a big problem.
Are you making a motion to?
Yes.
You are?
I'm making a motion.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Collins Johns Root to table this amendment to the next county board meeting.
I would say until they have an opportunity to meet. Since
Fine,
it was
so type-
supposed.
That's fine. If it's after the meeting, that's fine.
Okay,
In the meantime, can't we just appoint him for this 3 or 4 day vacation to do it?
right now we got a motion by Supervisor Collins Johns Root, seconded by Supervisor Nolan.
I do have a question.
Okay.
May I inquire?
Yep, we're in discussion now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire as to how long your vacation is?
This week is 3 days.
3 days.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Engel?
For peace of mind, we know that there is a policy coming. We haven't put a timeline on that, but in the short term, to give Trish a break, I think we need to go ahead with this.
Supervisor Frank?
And I appreciate the time for vacation, that's very needed, and I'm also gonna be concerned that if something happens to an individual, any individual, whether it's the sheriff or whether it's, and we have nobody in line today and something happens tomorrow or on the way home, what is our protocol? Our protocol is, we have somebody, in the past we've used Josh. If we wanna change that in 2 weeks, fine, we change that in 2 weeks. We wanna change that after you guys have a meeting and we have some discussion, that's fine, we change that. I've been concerned about the last 2 weeks that something might have happened since executive and finance. But what if something happens tonight? We know we have it covered, but if we choose not to have it covered, I think that's our loss and our mistake.
Supervisor Welty?
So we've talked about the benefits for the county administrator to have some time off with peace of mind. We talked about the impacts on the county highway commissioner in doing this. But what we haven't addressed is all the employees of the county who may have a situation, may have a need, something could happen in the building and they need that support and they'll need it tomorrow morning. In my opinion, we should approve this and we can revise it, rescind it down the road. This needs to be in place for tomorrow.
10 minutes.
Supervisor Nolan?
Can I withdraw my second?
Attorney Phillips says that you cannot withdraw your second.
The chair technically says that. I just give you advice.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Took advice upon counsel that no, you cannot. What could happen, in my opinion, is that the person who made the motion could rescind their motion from the floor. But
No, they can't.
They can't?
We have to vote.
Okay, all right, so I guess we're all a vote to, there's a motion on the floor right now by Supervisor Collins Johnston, seconded by Supervisor Nolan, for resolution 26-29 to table the designation of the highway commissioner to serve as a backup county administrator as needed until meeting with Supervisor Thompson and Administrator Clements has been met and a resolution has been come up. So that is the motion on the floor. Is there any questions with the motion? Hearing none, I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it, and the motion is declared defeated. We're bringing back resolution now, number 26-29. So I understand, sure, with Robert's Rules of Order that we could now move on to the next agenda item because we did take action on this. We don't have to necessarily take action on that.
We had a motion to table that we defeated. The
Yeah,
original motion
okay.
is still on the floor.
All right. Yes, you're correct. Thank you for that, Mr. Turk. So now we have the resolution 26-29 to designate the county highway commissioner to serve as a backup county highway administrator as needed. Is there any discussion on the original resolution?
I'm just gonna say that if we put the HR director and the finance director in there, it would be effective tomorrow. And there would be somebody covering it with no conflict of interest or anything involving with that, and the job description's already there.
Any other discussion? I'm gonna call for a vote on 26-29. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. I declare that I heard that majority of ayes. Motion carries.
Can I have who voted nay, please? Call for attention.
Moving. You good? Okay. So moving on to agenda item number 15, resolution approving contingency funds to repair the Upper Ash Creek Forest parking lot.
This would be resolution number 26-30. Now therefore be it resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors that approval is granted to fund the repairs to the Upper Ash Creek parking lot from the contingency fund. Be it further resolved that this is effective upon passage and publication. This resolution is offered by the Executive and Finance Standing Committee on 26th May of 2026.
For the resolution, what is your pleasure? Motion by Supervisor Turk, seconded by Supervisor Cooey. Open the floor up for discussion.
So the upper parking lot at Ash Creek had some pretty significant damage from the rains earlier this year. Our highway department went out, did an estimate, and the cost to repair the parking lot is $3,000. We're asking that we be able to use contingency funds because there is no extra money in the parks budget or in the Ash Creek budget to be able to handle the repairs.
For the background, Supervisor Welty.
I think it's important to note that money needs to be put into this parking lot to either repair it or to make it safe. And it makes more sense to repair it than just to barricade it off.
And do more of a permanent fix to actually handle the water flow. That parking lot was never designed to actually handle what happened to it.
Is that part
correct?
Steve? Carol?
Make sure I understand. This repair will also prevent future floods on it?
It'll prevent future large amounts of damage once we receive some kind of phenomenon.
Gotcha.
Supervisor Turk.
My understanding is also it's essential to get this access fixed for like future timber sales and things like that, because that also has to go through that area.
Yes. I know there might be a timber sale coming up, so it will be a necessity.
My argument to that though is that it's up to the timber company, just because Steve would probably know that too. This thing.
But in the
The
meantime.
timber company, yeah. In the meantime, for us and our citizens that want to recreate there, yes, we need to fix that, but.
It's the only parking lot up on top of
Yeah,
that.
it is. We need to do that, but it's good to have it fixed for timber sale, but that's on them, the timber company.
Mr. Chairman, we also have a liability issue if that is left in a citizen or someone comes by and gets hurt or damages a vehicle.
I don't know.
The parking lot is severely washed out to the point where even if somebody walked in the dark to go hunting or whatever have you, I mean, they could go up to their waist and wash out.
I don't want to go off in the weeds tonight, but 895.52, the Wisconsin recreation law, that kind of helps with us, protects us in your situation, supervisors, whenever that you're saying. We're protected by that statute, I would assume. I don't know.
Recreational meaning would apply.
Okay. 895.52.
Good.
So we got the resolution on the board. Any more discussion on our resolution? All right, hearing none, I'm gonna call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion does carry. All right. A resolution recognizing the retirement of an employee of Health and Human Services. This is different.
This would be resolution number 26-31. Now therefore be resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors that the Richland County Board, that the county board hereby expresses its sincere appreciation to Ms. Deb Dittmer for 8 years of dedicated service to Richland County, and be it further resolved that the county board wishes Ms. Deb Dittmer a long and happy retirement. And be it further resolved that the county clerk shall send a copy of this resolution to Ms. Dittmer at her residence. This resolution is offered by the county board members of the Community and Health Services Standing Committee on 4 June of 2026.
For the resolution, what is your pleasure? Supervisor Perry moves to put this on the floor, seconded by Supervisor McKee. Any discussion on the recognition for Ms. Detmer? Stephanie?
I just want to say Deb's last day with Health and Human Services was June 5th. She's already off enjoying her retirement. She started with us as our main front desk secretary, receptionist. We did a wonderful job there. I just kind of for a short time into economic support, and then found her niche in working in our fiscal department. We're definitely going to miss her, and wish her all the best. And thank you for doing this resolution. I appreciate it.
Discussions, concerns? All in favor of resolution 26-31, in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 17. Agenda item 17, resolution relating to the county's contribution to the cost of a town highway bridge construction required by Wisconsin statutes, section 82.08.
This would be resolution number 26-32. Now therefore it be resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors that the county shall pay the following amounts as financial aid for the following bridge or culvert projects in the following towns as mandated by state statutes, section 82-08, and you can see the chart below. I do presume you do not want me to read that entire thing, sir. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall be effective immediately upon its passage and publication, that this resolution is offered by the Public Works Standing Committee on 11 June of 2026.
For the resolution, what's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Supervisor Cooey, seconded by Supervisor Meyer. Any discussion?
This stuff was already completed, right, Josh?
Correct.
Last year, so
Just
then
to
you
reimburse
repay them.
Yep. So this is something we offer to all townships. So when they have a structure 5 foot in diameter and larger, we will help with 50% of the repairs. So what happens is the township comes to us, applies for it, we accept it. We go install a new drainage structure for them. They pay the bill the following year. We reimburse them 50% of the cost.
Any other discussion? Now I'm gonna call for a vote on resolution 26-32. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 18, a resolution relating to the bids for demolition of county selected buildings from the former UW campus property.
This would be resolution number 26-33. Now therefore be resolved by the Richland County Board of Supervisors that approval is hereby granted to complete the projects as defined and submitted for reimbursement once all work is completed. Be it further resolved that this resolution should be effective immediately upon passage and publication. This resolution is offered by the Public Works Standing Committee on 11 June of 2026.
Heard your resolution that was read. It's a pleasure. Supervisor Kramer, seconded by Supervisor Welty. Discussion. Supervisor Carroll.
Copper top is mentioned, but it doesn't say how and when the decision would be made for that.
We are looking to have a joint CRC and Public Works meeting the first week of July, and we will talk about that.
So the way these bids were set up is it allows the county board to have ability to pick and choose whatever buildings that they wanted to demo. We left Copper Top as an alternate because the ultimate decision has not been made about the future of that building. So if you were to include it, then it would give you a grand total of $551,850, and that was the separate bid of $207,000 for Copper Top. Robinson Brothers was a low bid, but they are also a qualified bidder.
Supervisor Miller.
He just answered.
Any additions, corrections, concerns, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to ordinance relating to a parcel in what township? Eagle Township. I'm not gonna read all the numbers tonight.
This would be ordinance number 26-13, amendment number 646 of the Richland County Code of Ordinances, chapter 119, zoning relating to parcel 010-0913-1000. This ordinance shall be effective on passage and publication. The ordinance is offered by the Natural Resources Standing Committee on 1 June 2026.
For the resolution, what's your pleasure? Motion by Supervisor Kramer, seconded by Supervisor Caro. Background.
The current landowner is selling a portion of his land, 24.27 acres to a farmer. But the farm is not adjoining, this land is not adjoining the farmer's land, so it's gotta be, because it's less than 35 acres, it's gotta be zoned ag residential. But from ag forestry, ag residential, but it's still gonna be farmed as.
Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 20, an ordinance relating to a parcel in Willow Township.
Ordinance number 26-14, amendment number 647 to the Richland County Code of Ordinance, chapter 119, zoning relating to parcel 032-1513-1000. The legal description is below, and then this ordinance shall be effective upon passage and publication. This ordinance is offered by the Natural Resources Standing Committee on 1 June 2026.
What is your pleasure? Supervisor Cooey, seconded by Supervisor Turk.
They did a certified survey and, the landowner is selling over 2 acres to their granddaughter to build a house. There were buildings there at one time and now they're gone, so granddaughter's gonna build a house there.
It's good news.
Yeah.
Net new construction. That makes sense anyway. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. We're going on to agenda item number 21, an ordinance relating to a parcel in, again, Willow Township. Ordinance number 26-15.
This would be amendment number 648 to the Richland County Code of Ordinance, chapter 119, zoning relating to parcel 032-3241-2000. This legal description is below, and then the ordinance shall be effective on passage of publication. This ordinance is offered to you by the Natural Resources Standing Committee on 1 June 2026.
It's your pleasure. Supervisor Meyer, seconded by Supervisor Caro.
They are selling 5.46 acres to their daughter so she can build a house.
Any other discussion? None. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Agenda item number 22, an ordinance relating to a parcel in Eagle Township. Ordinance number 26-16.
This would be amendment number 649 to Richland County Code of Ordinance, chapter 119, zoning relating to parcel 010-3022-0000. The legal description is as below. This ordinance shall be effective upon passage and publication. This ordinance is offered by the Natural Resources Standing Committee on 1 June 2026.
Motion by Mr. Perry, seconded by Supervisor Nolan.
The parents are selling 22 acres to their son. They're not building anything, they're just leaving it. Eventually, maybe years down the road, it can build, but right now it's just, the son is buying part of the farm.
Questions, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Here's agenda item 23, ordinance relating to a parcel in the town of Aiken. Ordinance number 26-17.
This would be amendment number 650 to Richland County Code of Ordinance, chapter 119, zoning relating to parcel 002-1532-2000. The legal description is there. This ordinance shall be effective upon passage and publication. This ordinance is offered by the Natural Resources Standing Committee on 1 June 2026.
Motion by Supervisor Darlene Tagle-Petrie, seconded by Supervisor Welty.
This was zoned as illegal non-conforming. They want to do some building, more building on it. And the bank is saying that they need to rezone it, so putting in the correct zoning district, which is, as a 26-acre parcel, it needs to go to ag residential.
Discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 24, an ordinance relating to a parcel in Eagle Township again.
This would be ordinance number 26-18, amendment 651 to the Richland County Code of Ordinance, chapter 119, zoning relating to parcel 010-3043-2000. The description again there is below. This ordinance shall be effective of passage of publication. This ordinance is offered by the Natural Resources Standing Committee on 1 June of 2026.
Motion by Welty, seconded by Carol.
She currently owns a little less than 2 acres, and she wants to get it up to at least 5 acres. So it needs to go, it'll be going for, going from like residential, non-conforming residential to ag residential. She's gonna replace the house that's currently on it, and then she wants to add a couple outbuildings, and she can't do that in a residential district, so she only have 1 accessory building. This way she can get more than one in ag residential district.
Comments? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 24, reports. Our county administrator.
Real quick, I do have my report in the folder, but the WCA annual conference is September 20th to the 22nd. If you are interested in attending, let me know. I will sign you up. If you are a first-time board member, you can go for free. It is a great conference, so I do encourage all of you to attend if you can. And then District Attorney Jennifer Harper's last day, I believe, is Friday in the office. And so we wish her the best of luck in her future life choices.
No reports, correspondence.
I've received none, sir.
All right. You're gonna receive some correspondence from me. I just gotta talk to Attorney Russell. It's about us receiving a stipend in per diem. By statute, we do have to receive that. We cannot deny that anymore. I'm gonna send out some emails or an email on that.
There's certain time periods that you can deny it, and if you miss that window, then you can't.
So listen to me further, Kevin.
Ms. Clerk, did we vote on ordinance relating to parcel 00215322000? Okay. Thank you.
Future agenda items, and if you want anything on the agenda, you can always contact me. But you want to publicly known, here's your chance. Okay. Motion for adjournment. Motion by Supervisor Myers, second by Supervisor Welty. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you all for staying so late tonight and being good.